Buenos días, compañeros intérpretes. Vamos a hacer una prueba comenzando con el idioma español, por favor. Español, cabina de español, buenos días. Cabina de español, buenos días.
Muy bien.
Ok, segunda consola. Sí, se escucha.
Muy bien, también segunda consola.
Sí. Sí.
Good morning. Bon dia. Okay, so you can hear me. I can hear the Spanish booth. Yes, but I can also hear the Spanish booth. Oh, really? That's correct. Who left it like that? Okay, thanks.
Second console.
Good morning. Doing well. How are you?
Sí. Buenos días, cabina de portugués. Buen día. Sí.
Sí, perfecto.
Buen día, buen día.
Muy bien.
Todo bem, muchas gracias.
Permanent Council, I submit to you the Permanent Council for consideration. If there are no comments, let us proceed to its approval. Before proceeding to the next item on the agenda, I would like to express, on behalf of the Permanent Council, our most sincere condolences to the delegation of Mexico, as well as to the government and the people of that member state, for the unfortunate loss of human life caused by the heavy rains that have mainly affected the states of Veracruz, Puebla, and Hidalgo. This Permanent Council extends its solidarity to all those affected and accompanies this sister nation in these difficult times. On another note, I would like to extend our congratulations to the delegation of Bolivia and to all the Bolivian people for their democratic participation in the election day of last Sunday, October 19th. We, as the Permanent Council and as the chair of the Permanent Council, we congratulate Mr. Rodrigo Paz on his election and wish him every success in his term as president of the plurinational state of Bolivia. Let us now move on to item 2 of the agenda, commemoration of the International Day for Care and Support. As the next item on the agenda, and in response to the request made by the delegations of the Dominican Republic, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, Panama, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Uruguay, it is appropriate to commemorate the International Day of Care and Support. To this end, I am pleased to greet and extend a most cordial welcome to this Permanent Council to Her Excellency Mrs. Mayra Jimenez, Minister for Women of the Dominican Republic. Minister Jimenez, welcome. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Your Excellencies, member states, Mrs. Alejandra Mora Mora, who is virtual Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission for Women, SIM, and Mr. Osvaldo Gutiña. Ladies and gentlemen, within the framework of commemorating this International Day for Care and Support that we are commemorating today, here in this room, we would like to extend a warm greeting on behalf of the government of the Dominican Republic. And we appreciate this Honorable Permanent Council of the OAS for the invitation. The inclusion of this commemoration on the emblematic date and schedule is ever present, but we have to say that its symbolic value, its political value, and its strategic value tally with a long historical debt to women, families, and society across the board. Therefore, the declaration by the United Nations General Assembly of the 29th of October each year is the day, the International Day of Care and Support, and it is a global appeal, a clarion call to recognize and value the work for care and support, both remunerated care as well as non-remunerated care, a work that undergirds life and which brings forth the well-being of our nations. We are at a time in which social changes, cultural, democratic changes, and climate change bring to forth the demand for care. This also asks us to spearhead political transformations normative transformations and other structural transformations in the framework of this context. Let us remember that ECLAC tells us that in the last 70 years, life expectancy went from 48.7 years to 75.9, and the population of 65 years on represented less than 5% of the total population in 1980, when it was 10% by 2024, estimating that in the next 25 years, this will be doubled until it hits approximately 19% by 2050. To that, we should also add that the morbidity of chronic illnesses and limiting illnesses amongst of age adults shows that there is an increase for the need for care in all countries. On the other hand, although the overall fertility rate for women has dropped, this reduction has not been homogeneous when compared to the world average. The fertility rate, the highest, are in adolescents, and particularly those of lower income. Therefore, the challenges in terms of demand and availability of services and strategic plans for care for population under 14 years of age and other policies that contribute to overcome poverty are high or should be high priorities for our countries. And that is why building a society of care continues to be a collective, multidimensional task that implies recognizing the right to care, to receive care, and to exercise self-care as part of the panorama of fundamental human rights, which are enshrined in the pacts and international treaties according to the principles of equality and non-discrimination, and also according to the principles of co-responsibility, gradual care for society, and for care to be provided. This vision, ladies and gentlemen, brings all of us together to shoulder a shared responsibility, shared between men and women, shared amongst families, communities, the private sector, states, and multilateral organizations. And as such, recognizing and redistributing power, time, and resources that are devoted to care, but also recognizing that care are a crucial pillar of gender equality, because they question historical models that have overburdened women and have made their contributions invisible when it comes to socioeconomic development. And more recently, in a report on the gender gap 2025 from the Economic World Forum, reveals that the world has closed by 68.8% this gender gap. Nonetheless, at this pace, it's going to take us about 123 years to reach full parity. The biggest gaps underscored in the report still persist in economic participation and political participation, underscoring respect for care, and that women are 55.2% more likely than men to step aside and to remain more time outside of the productive arena, and the high cost of care services lead them to interrupt or cut their careers given their economic security and the income that they make. Now, in the case of the Dominican Republic, the World Economic Forum underscores this, or us, as one of the countries that has made the most progress in the last few years, having 21 positions in the global ranking, and we are 61 out of 48 economies. Now, this progress reflects the convergence between political will of our government, the institutionality that is stronger, and public policies which are cogent, all based on the three pillars: autonomy, rights, co-responsibility, and inclusive development, as well as social participation and leadership. In our country, we have spearheaded a policy of care focused on rights and opportunities for development. We're expanding a diversification of services for more than 180,000 adult people with disabilities, and in the early stages of life. We have trained more than 16,000 people in institutions that provide services. The Dominican Republic, ladies and gentlemen, has increased its public investment by incorporating care policies in the general budget of the state. And we have also made progress in generating disaggregated data throughout the entire country and using digital instruments to implement our policies. Therefore, this picture reminds us that gender equality requires public policies which are in all institutions that are institutional, with solid bases, with accountability and sustainable leadership, which will give us a chance to move ahead with the aspirations that in spaces like the Inter-American Commission of Women of the OAS, we can move ahead with concrete contributions by member states. And that is why we truly value these very important and concerted efforts that SIM makes in the OAS by producing documents and tools and guidelines like the Inter-American Model Law for Care and implementation thereof. And similarly, the guide for the use of co-responsibility measures of companies are instruments that are of great value for our countries. Honorable members of this Permanent Council, from the Dominican Republic, on this International Day of Care and Support, we renew our commitments, and we would like to offer a clarion call to continue strengthening regional cooperation and multilateral unity to build societies that take care of each other, societies that recognize care as a strategic pillar of sustainable development. Because to take care of others is to guarantee the present and the future. To take care of others is to invest in people on an equal footing and lead to the prosperity of our region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Jimenez, for your presentation and for your reflections. We have been very attentive in as much as we have the minister here who finished in time. She is with us here in the House. Next, I request the Secretary to screen the video intervention of Ms. Alejandra Mora Mora, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women. She will continue on this point. Greetings, Pascual, Permanent Representative of Chile and Chair of this Permanent Council. This is Mayra Jimenez, Minister of Women of the Dominican Republic, Mr. Albert Ramdin, Secretary General, Laura Keys, Secretary, Assistant Secretary General, and to all ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen alike, of permanent and observer states. A special greeting to the panelists and our special guests. The commemoration of the International Day of Care and Support is really very important, but at this time, it's also very relevant for SIM because substantial contributions that we have been making for more than 5 years now have resulted in significant progress in the Americas. From the SIM, we have been developing and carrying out research on the impact on the burden of care and in economic opportunities for women, underscoring what has happened during COVID-19. Also, the Inter-American Model Law and implementation, which has been used by 7 countries of the region, should be underscored. Now, with the private sector, we have drafted a guide of co-responsibility for businesses and a catalog of co-responsibility of care in the private sector. In addition to that, we have had other business chambers from Mexico, Brazil, and we were in Jalisco as well, who've worked with us. So states have reported on advances in implementation of the national systems of care based on some countries that have made a lot of progress, like Costa Rica and Uruguay. And now, in addition to those, we have Panama and Mexico with local progress that has been made. So in all of this process, the move forward for multilateralism has been crucial, realizing that the driving force of change really does work. And for that, it has been crucial to generate knowledge, to make good practices systematized, and to look at rules and regulations, all of this by SIM given a mandate for the strategic plan. And in addition to that, in the last 2 months, 2 additional milestones have been made, which makes our region on the cutting edge. So at the end of the 20th century in Belém do Pará, and more recently with the parity issues, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights declared care as an autonomous right, and in the advisory opinion in 2025 this year. And only 1 week after that, during the 16th Regional Conference of Women in Mexico, the result was the Tlatelolco commitment, where countries agreed to have a decade of action between 2000 and 2025 and 2035 to speed up sustainable development and the society of care through changes and transformations across the board in all areas, in which we will incorporate care in international or national plans, and territoriality will strengthen the capacity of subnational governments and local governments as well for implementing policies for care in the different regions. Now, these advances are crucial, and particularly given the data that Latin America and the Caribbean show, when the economic care, non-remunerated care in Mexico is looked at, and this is about 20% of everything. And when this contribution is looked at, women contribute by 70%. Now, women, on average, we contribute 6 times more with our time with care in the home. 60% of women at home, where there's the presence of those who are under 15 years of age, do not participate in the labor market because they have to take care of and shoulder the responsibility of care. So it's not a surprise that in addition to the progress and participation in the labor market, 1 out of every 2 women is out of the market. 35% of homes have women as the main source of income, and these homes have a significant burden when it comes to poverty, but it also has to do with care that is given. So worldwide, it is estimated the number of people in the care sector will be 2,300 million, and in Latin America for to 2050, almost a fifth of the population will be under 15 years of age, and 15% will be adults. And it is hoped that this population is doubled by the end of the century. That is the expectation. So during the Mental Health Week, we spoke about the burden of care for the caretakers, and these are mainly women. And 30% of these caretakers and 19% of those who are still remunerated have depression symptoms. Now, the data that I share here are definitive. Care is an act of humanity, and it's something shared, but it's also work, and it's a sacrifice because co-responsibility with other actors has to be looked at. It's the route. We cannot look at the progress made on paper. We have always had an all-encompassing path forward, and first we have to eliminate invisibility over time and remunerated work, which allows economic development for women. And by the way, I'm talking about societies and the economies of our region. It's high time to recognize women as caretakers and all the investment in time and energy so that when they get old, they will have some kind of pension. It's high time to make visible these young girls, the ones who don't study, who don't work because they devote their time to take care of others who are pregnant, in addition to others who are absolutely making a contribution where the focus of care allows them to move ahead and guaranteeing rights for these caretakers, people who receive care as well. So, as Sim has been saying, and more recently, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Now, we really have to look at the details of the Inter-American model law for care, because to change rights makes a contribution and it transforms things. And what we would like is the implementation of care in all states. So along that line, then, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights underscored that the model law of SIM is very helpful to implement care. Co-responsibility should be the bedrock for a labor market for women that will make their projects possible, and this will fill in the digital gap between men and women. This is where we are, and this is where we'll continue. So the autonomous care for everybody is a right for all women of the region. We hope that we will be able to count on all people in this process throughout the region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Moore, for your video participation. And to conclude, then, I'm very happy to give the floor now to Mr. Juan Montoya, Global Director of Meningate. Mr. Montoya, you have the floor. Thank you very much. It is often said that the first sign of being invisible was a tool. Better said, it wasn't really a tool, the first sign of civilization, that is, nor was it any weapon. It was a femur that was cared for and held, and it was seen that someone took care of that person who was harmed. This is the oldest part of human life. It's innate in all people, and we're talking about caring no matter what the gender is. Nonetheless, patriarchal systems, economic systems have underscored for men and young boys to oppress this, and they have assigned women to be caretakers and have not valued them in our economies. And that is why women carry out more than 76% of caretaker non-remunerated work. And as has been quite rightly and well explained by the previous speakers, this limits their opportunities in the labor market, their educational opportunities, and their opportunities for leadership. I represent the Menengage Alliance, which is a global set of networks, non-governmental organization networks, which works globally, it works regionally, and it works in countries to challenge the patriarchal masculinity attitudes and to promote gender justice, social justice through or by involving men and young boys. We understand care as a political issue, as an economic issue, and as a relational issue. It's not just something that happens in the private sphere, but rather it's a collective responsibility that shapes our societies. Our work would look at care, but it's not a question of men to help a little bit more at home. No, it's a question of transforming us men, and being change agents so that we can change all institutions and the systems that have to do with care. Now, when men change ourselves, our identity, which includes our beliefs and our attitudes, we will then understand that to participate in caring for people and in caring for children and caring for adult persons and caring for sick people is a shared responsibility. across the board. It's not a favor that we're doing when we feel like it or when we have a little bit of extra free time. Our work on behalf of care and the economy of care and caretakers has focused on three very important areas. And the first has to do with political impact of political and regional policies and their impact. And as members of our Men Engage Alliance, we have had an impact on the legal and social fabric of women in the UN. We've made contributions against discrimination of women and girl children, and we've looked at the incidence of this regionally in Latin America and Europe for a state investment and universal systems for care and equitable licenses according to gender. Now, a member of our alliance, we have cooperated in a host of different events organized by UN Women on masculinity and care. Another very important arena in our work is to strengthen alliances like social movements to favor the care economy. We have intentionally worked in solidarity with feminist movements for care. Our role is to broaden this feminist agenda and adding a critical approach for men and masculinity. Also, another area which is very important for us is the direct support for men.
So that they can take up their co-responsibility, so that we can take up our responsibility as carers in parity, and that we've done through campaigns, education campaigns, workshops, training sessions to help develop skills. And in this way, we are challenging this idea that care is not masculine. We're promoting a new idea that care is something that is innate in all human beings. It's a right of all human beings. And we're offering a new alternative model of masculinity for men and boys based on care, reciprocity, empathy, and service. We've done global campaigns, regional campaigns, and we are part of the international campaign Men Care, which is doing excellent work and has been for years, promoting men, supporting men as carers, both at home, within their families, as well as in the public sphere. We have also launched a new initiative to support men in positions of political power. As the UN has recognized, care should be recognized and redistributed, and we believe that men have a crucial role to play in that transformation. We are always ready to coordinate and support any initiative from the international sphere to promote the economy of care. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya, for your words and for your respect of the time limit. I now offer the floor to any delegations who wish to offer reflections on this point. First, I will offer the floor to Uruguay. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I welcome and recognize the presentations by the panelists and welcome Ambassador from the Dominican Republic. It's an honor for Uruguay to participate in this international commemoration of care and support, which invites us to reflect on the irregularities and inequalities of care in the economy and our full recognition of human rights. We celebrate this date convinced that care is not just a privilege, but a universal human right. And it is closely tied to human dignity, gender equality, and the reduction of inequality. Mr. Chair, the recent decision by the Inter-American Court in its consultory opinion on the content of the right to care and other associated rights is, in our opinion, a key step forward. Uruguay values particularly that the court has underlined this as an autonomous right indivisible from the rest of the human rights that have been consecrated in the Charter. And in their consultatory opinion, the court recognized the duties that states have to guarantee that public policies provide access to care and sustainable models of care, while also paying careful attention to structural inequalities when it comes to care, particularly when it falls to the burden on women. That opinion doesn't just interpret the convention, but also it offers a roadmap towards a society that is truly based on care. In Uruguay, Mr. Chair, the system of care was incorporated into law in 2015, and it has structural public policies that were transformational. Part of the three fundamental pillars there are the co-responsibility of care, which involves the family, the state, the market, and the community. The professionalization of care workers, recognizing their economic and social value, the equality of men and women, and the right to care regardless of sex and economic condition. And through that system, we have expanded access to elderly, people with disabilities, and other groups, promoted the rights of women and parity in the workplace. The current government has also redoubled its efforts, and currently we are negotiating a budget that would reinforce the economic and budget supports for those particular pillars, particularly for early childhood. We've done away with simple costs because we see them as having the greatest impact on people and their quality of life. Uruguay reiterates its commitment to creating a economy based on care as defined by CEPAL, by ECLEC, based on solidarity, co-responsibility, and equality. Uruguay celebrates this day of commemoration and also welcomes the fact that it has been recognized as an accessible, autonomous right through the court. It is and we share this vision. We believe that a society based on care is more equal and solid and has greater solidarity. Thank you. Thank you, Uruguay. Colombia, you have the floor. Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to each of you. Good morning to those at the head of the table, colleagues, permanent representatives of member states, permanent observers, all those who have attended, who are attending the session, or who are watching it. I'd like to particularly greet those who have spoken today as panelists, Madam Mayra Jimenez, Madam Mora, and Mr. Montoya. Thank you for your reports, which have given us great clarity on this topic as we commemorate this International Day of Care and Support, which calls us to reflect on a right that has often been invisible historically, but which the Inter-American Court of Human Rights has very rightly elevated to the quality of autonomous human right in 2025. Which we called for together with Chile on the climate crisis as well. This calls on concrete responsibilities to be taken up by the states, particularly guaranteeing the right to care, to be cared for, and self-care under the principles of co-responsibility, equality, and solidarity. Colombia participated actively in the consultative period that led to the decision and provided written communications and opinions, and also participated in the public hearings that were held in March of 2024. And we believe that we participated thus because we believe this is such an important topic. And we were happy to see the establishment of standards established on a regional level for our carers. This is a large step forward, and Colombia has followed suit. This year, we approved Compass 4143, which establishes a protocol for care with a dedicated budget of 25.5 billion pesos, and with a 10-year implementation plan that is coordinated between 34 different state entities, 15 ministries among them, and is focused on the sustainability of life. The Supreme Court has already established that states must redistribute the work of care, recognized as remunerated or not, and guarantee dignified conditions for carers. That includes parental leave, equal parental leave, public services that are accessible, and protection from workplace violence and harassment. Colombia made a large step forward with approval of the 2228 law in 2023, which created the creation of the Equality and Equity Department. And from that department or ministry, with its own team, strategic lines of action, and budget, we are seeing the implementation of a new care program. And one of the first achievements that is visible when it comes to their work is the FLOW program in Amazonia, which is making an impact in the indigenous populations in that area. And that's just one example of the innovative and valuable work that is being launched through these initiatives, and shows the importance of working in a coordinated manner within and between institutions. But we recognize that we have much work to do, and that is what we face. We need to formalize and protect female care workers, particularly and especially in the domestic work sphere. And I say that because they make up the majority. Protect and expand the network of care support on a national level, recognize the economic value of care work to reflect the decision of the court, eliminate any gender-based stereotypes and harassment from the workplace and public policies. As one of our panelists mentioned, guarantee self-care for those who provide care with access to mental health services, free time, and well-being, spaces of well-being. And so I'd like to remind all of us that care is a right. It is not a burden. And the women who perform it deserve recognition, dignity, and support, and care should be the center of all of our policies, our economies, and our democracies. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador, for your words. I now offer the floor to the delegation of Jamaica.
Thank you, distinguished Chair of the Permanent Council. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the delegation of Jamaica is honored to join the international community in commemorating the International Day of Care and Support, also known as World Care Day. We welcome this opportunity to reaffirm our shared commitment to recognizing, valuing, and investing in care work, both paid and unpaid, as a cornerstone of social well-being, gender equality, and sustainable development. Let me also thank the previous presenters for their very insightful presentations. The commemoration of this day is supported by a robust framework of international and inter-American norms, including the Inter-American Program on the Promotion of the Human Rights of Women and Equity and Gender Equality, as well as the OAS Charter's commitment to social justice and equality of opportunity. It reminds us that investing in care is not only a gender issue, it is an economic imperative and a human development priority. Care work, whether it takes place within homes, communities, or professional settings, is indispensable to the functioning of our societies and economies. Yet, it remains one of the most undervalued and invisible forms of labor. The data from the United Nations and International Labour Organization is indicative of this stark reality. The global caregiving workforce is estimated to be comprised of 249 million women and 132 million men. Moreover, women perform approximately 76.2% of all unpaid care work, spending more than 3 times as many hours as men in caregiving roles. By 2030, the number of people requiring care is projected to rise to 2.3 billion, including 100 million more older persons and 100 million more children between the ages of 6 and 14. The growing demand underscores the urgency of building resilient, inclusive, and sustainable care and support systems. Women, particularly those in vulnerable circumstances, bear the brunt of insufficient care policies and infrastructure. The lack of comprehensive care systems has significant consequences not only for women's economic empowerment, but also for broader human rights, social inclusion, and equity. Recognizing care as both a public good and collective responsibility is therefore essential to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and the Inter-American commitments to gender equality and the empowerment of all women, adolescents, and girls. Jamaica firmly believes that reducing, redistributing, and recognizing care work must be central to our national and regional development agendas. This includes promoting equitable sharing of responsibilities between women and men, families and institutions, and across public and private sectors. It also requires integrating the economic value of care into national statistics so that the contributions of women and caregivers are fully reflected in our measures of progress. In this regard, Jamaica continues to advance gender-responsive policies that strengthen family support, enhance access to child care and elder care services, and promote decent work for care providers. Through the work of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport, we are also deepening our public awareness of unpaid care and encouraging the participation of men and boys in caregiving as part of a cultural shift towards shared responsibility. Chair, as we mark World Care Day, Jamaica joins with our partners in the Americas to call for greater investment in the care economy, investment that recognizes the essential contribution of care workers, protects their rights, and ensures that no one is left behind. Let us reaffirm today that caring for others is not a burden to be carried by a few, but a shared responsibility that strengthens the fabric of our societies and sustains the humanity that unites us all. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Jamaica, for your remarks. Chile, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished representatives, Madam Minister of the Dominican Republic, I welcome this point on the agenda, and I recognize the DR for leading this initiative. For our country, it is urgent to reflect on how to move forward towards a new social organization of care based on co-responsibility and gender, and recognizing care as a human right and a pillar of social protection. In Chile, that commitment is translated to the National System of Support and Care, which was led by the Ministry of Family and Social Development, which looks at care as the fourth pillar of social protection, together with health, education, and civil security. The National Ministry looks to redistribute care burdens throughout the state, the private sector, care, families, and the community, because this has traditionally only fallen on the shoulders of women. In June of 2024, we created a new law that recognizes care and creates a national system of support and care, and today we're seeing it in the second phase in the Senate. And it consecrates the right to care, to be cared for, and self-care, focusing on children, elderly, people with disabilities, people in situations of dependency, and those who create or provide care work, whether it's remunerated or not. The system depends on two tools, the National System for Care and the Plan for 2025-2026, which has intersectoral tools put forth by 14 ministries and other subsecretaries, and it has PNUR's support as well currently. They both depended on the consultatory process that called on people from all over the country and created a base for a new social model that will provide greater care for those who need it and for those who provide it. that focus has been more concrete in the network of care and support, which has expanded its coverage to almost the entire country, to different centers of community centers of care, which bring care and support to non-remunerated people who provide care that is not remunerated, and a new program, Chile Takes Care of You, Chile Te Cuida, which looks to attend to the emotional needs of those who provide care. We see that care is intrinsically tied to dignity and social justice. We wish to move forward towards a more equitable society where collective well-being depends on the ability to care and to be cared for on conditions of equality. We reaffirm our commitment to the opinion of the Court on Gender Equality, the Buenos Aires Convention, and other agreements promoted by SEAM, which orient us towards this new system of care in the hemisphere. Thank you. Thank you, Chile, for your remarks. Santa Lucia, you now have the floor. St. Lucia.
Begin by expressing appreciation to the panelists for sharing their insights on this important topic of care and support. My delegation is pleased to join in the commemoration of International Day of Care and Support. This occasion reminds us that the true measure of our societies lies not only in economic growth or infrastructure advances, but in how we value, sustain, and protect the dignity and well-being of those who are most vulnerable and of those who dedicate their lives to caring for them. The government of St. Lucia, under the leadership of Prime Minister Philippe J. Pierre, has pursued a deliberate and compassionate agenda to transform how care and support are viewed and delivered. This effort reflects our conviction that a truly resilient society is one in which compassion is institutionalized, inclusion is guaranteed, and dignity is ensured for every citizen. A major milestone in this journey has been the regularization of our home care workforce. Earlier this month, 667 home care providers received letters of permanent employment, bringing an end to a 12-year system that kept them on short-term contracts. This historic decision by the government of St. Lucia corrected a long-standing inequality and affirmed that caregiving is not invisible or secondary labor, but essential and dignified work. It restored certainty, respect, and continuity to a group of workers who care daily for our elderly, our sick, and our most vulnerable citizens. The regularization of these workers brings security to caregivers and stability to those they serve. For their families who rely on them, this reform means consistent, compassionate care, and for the workers themselves, it represents the recognition that their contribution is vital to our national life. At the same time, St. Lucia has advanced inclusive policy frameworks designed to ensure that care and support reach every corner of society. The Ministry of Equity has launched a series of national consultations on the draft national policy for persons with disabilities. This process, which follows a detailed situation analysis of persons with disabilities in St. Lucia, aims to enshrine a vision of inclusive and accessible societies in which all citizens, regardless of ability, can participate fully and equally. Through these consultations, persons with disabilities, their families, and representative organizations are directly shaping the policies that affect their lives. This participatory approach reinforces our obligations under the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the Inter-American Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities, and reflects our belief that inclusion and empowerment are inseparable for care and support. Our national approach views care as a continuum that links labor, health, education, social protection, and human rights. We understand that when caregivers are secure, motivated, and respected, the quality of care improves, and when those receiving care are treated as full members of society rather than as dependents, communities grow stronger, more cohesive, and more resilient. As we mark this day, St. Lucia renews its commitment to expand community and home-based care services, to professionalize the care workforce through training and certification, to finalize and implement the national policy for persons with disabilities, and to ensure sustainable financing for care and support systems. These priorities are central to our pursuit of equitable and inclusive development and to our determination to uphold the dignity of every St. Lucian. In St. Lucia, we believe that how we treat those who care and how we care for those in need defines the character of our nation. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, St. Lucia, for your contribution. Brazil, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the panelists for their reflections and their experience for enriching this conversation on the role of caretakers and the development of a new system based on equality and solidarity. This is key for our collective advancement, and this is a co-responsibility that must be shared between families, the community, and the private sector as well as the state. We want to create a society that is much more equal, which is indispensable for the economy. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we have firm commitments from the NAS conference, or the regional ECLAC conference, and we saw a decade of action established to create gender equality and an equal society for 2035. The data shows us just how urgent this transformation is. According to the ILO, women carry out more than half of the non-remunerated work in the world, and they dedicate 21 hours a week to domestic and care work in the home, compared to fewer hours for men. Most women who provide that type of care are women of color, and we need to have more inclusive and equitable policies, and that is why we saw the promotion of care policies, the national plan of care promoted in Brazil with lines of action and directives to reorganize our system in the country, focusing on gender and supporting care workers from a perspective of co-responsibility. ONU Women launched an initiative that we also joined together with other countries to focus on sustainable and fair care systems which promote equality and development. Every service and license to care workers contributes to distributing this time more equally, providing greater equality, democracy. Brazil is firmly committed to this day of commemorating support and care and to the decade of action. Promoting greater equality of care in our societies is essential. Thank you.
Intervención.
Thank you, Brazil, for your words. Guatemala, you now have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Guatemala is appreciative to the distinguished panelists for their words and to having included this point on the agenda. And we appreciate the technical assistance of all of those who have helped us advance this this work towards a transformed society. We joined together today to commemorate this day of support and care, which was a day that was declared officially in 2023 by the UN, and it invites us to recognize the value of care in our societies and to make more visible the work often that is not remunerated and is left invisible and is generally carried by women in our societies. On a global level and national level, the right to care in its three dimensions has been recognized as a fundamental human right, one that is shared and a priority for public policies. And it is absolutely necessary that we continue working to recognizing it, redistributing this work, and from the national government level. And for Guatemala, we've already seen that start happening. We are are building a national care system that focuses on human rights, gender equality, and respect for cultural diversity. We highlight the leadership of the Social Development Ministry, as well as the Secretariat for Social Well-being, and others, including the Presidential Secretariat for Women, who have promoted this agenda with strength and leadership in our country. We saw the creation of the first institutional roundtable for care, a convention for greater recognition of care in Guatemala, and we care for those who provide care in Guatemala. And this is a shared responsibility between the private sector, the state, and families. We're creating training spaces to promote greater equality. And on a regional level, Guatemala has participated actively in different spaces of the Inter-American system promoted by ASEM, as we see this as a central axis for greater equality and transformation. Guatemala reaffirms its commitment to guaranteeing the right of people to care, be cared for, and to care for themselves with a shared responsibility between the state, the community, the private sector, and families. We take up this step as essential in order to move towards a more equitable, fair society where all can live in dignity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Guatemala, for your remarks. Mexico, you have the floor. Mexico would like to thank the Dominican Republic for its leadership for making more visible this work to create greater gender equality in our societies.
We truly appreciate Minister Jimenez and Secretary Mora for inviting us to continue to carry out our intersectional and intersectoral appreciation of the agenda for care. Special thanks to Osvaldo Montoya, representative of Menengage, for his very inspiring and exemplary reflections and his respectable commitment to human rights. In Mexico, the National Institute of Statistics and Geography found that the economic value of unremunerated work in home and care represented 8.4 million pesos in 2023, the equivalent of 26% of the GDP. Women contributed with more than 70% of that amount. This year, the report from the UNHCR reported that the current systems for support and care are not sustainable in the world, inasmuch as they are based on inequality. In the 17th Regional Conference on Women, held in the city of Mexico in August 2025, the participating delegations remembered the commitment of Tlatelolco, in which we assigned establishing a decade of action 2025-2035 in Latin America and the Caribbean to speed up the progress of gender equality and the society of care by way of transformations in the political, economic, social, cultural, and environmental arenas. The work of care and support is a responsibility of many stakeholders and actors and should be distributed equally across society. Responsibility of states is to redistribute things on all levels, from the local to the national, via adequate public policy, that is to say. And in the framework of feminist foreign policy, Mexico will continue to recognize the right as well as see care as rights for those who take care of others. And there are concrete other points convened by Mexico in 2021. And this multi-actor has 180 some odd networks, including civil society, governments, international organizations, academia, union organizations, and the philanthropic sector. In 2023, after a request presented by Argentina to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, Mexico presented a solid document for contributions to show that this right has content and it has its own scope and should be recognized as an autonomous right by this court. the advisory opinion of 2025 recognized it and said that this is a right and a human universal need and a indispensable condition to enjoy a dignified existence, and also that this right is governed by the principle of social and family co-responsibility. Under the administration of Schemberg in the government of Mexico, there is the creation of the national system of care. This is being spearheaded by the government, looking at some of the progress that has been made since 2018 when it comes to co-responsibility for caring children, as well as improvements in labor work and working mothers. According to our feminist foreign policy, we reaffirm the commitment to building a system of care which is inclusive, one that is aligned with the intersectionality and inclusive, so that we can recognize the redistribution of care work that has a special approach between the care for those with disabilities, of young people, as well as migrants and other refugees. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mexico. Thank you very much for your comments. I give the floor to El Salvador. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We recognize the presence of Mrs. Mayra Jimenez, Minister of Women of the Dominican Republic, as well as the participation of the panelists whose presentations we appreciate. El Salvador appreciates including this item on the agenda of the Council and recognizes that care is a universal right established as such in our national policy for co-responsibility of care 2022-2030. Here we recognize the economic, social, and human value as a fundamental pillar for development. The policy is a national blueprint to gradually build a system for care that pulls together the efforts made by the state, families, and society across the board. This is done with a view to redistribute the responsibility of care and to the caretakers are dignified and recognized as such, and to look at people who are cared for in all due respect of human rights. According to the government plans, the social development plans, and the National Plan for Equality, the national policy of co-responsibility of care contributes to strengthening social well-being and human capital and leads the way for a process of participation led by our Salvador Institute for the Development of Women. Generally, the policy is a strategic framework that pulls together four essential components: the provision of services for care, strengthening of the norms, care for those who are caretakers, and recognition thereof. Since 2023, we have advanced significantly in creating the Interinstitutional Commission for Care and local commissions for care in all regions of the country. We have strengthened territorial governance in the regions and coordination among the different public and private sectors. Mr. Chairman, the challenge of care is not just a social question, but rather a challenge of equity and justice. In El Salvador, as in a large part of our region, women have historically sustained families and communities. With our national policy, and we recognize that we have to redistribute and reduce the burden of unremunerated work, give more access to women to labor, educational opportunities on an equal footing. These are concrete aspects: updating the national curriculum, training for caretakers, which is geared toward or for adults, and the design of standards and competence for those caretakers geared towards professionalization and recognition of this work. Within the sphere of the private sector, we envisage measures such as implementation of telecare services, a regulatory framework so that we can remunerate when it comes to maternity and paternity, and assessments of SMEs and cooperatives which offer care services so as to strengthen their own capacity and sustainability. We recognize that these are important challenges, including financial sustainability, professionalization, or training of caretakers and coordination among institutions. Nonetheless, we truly believe that to invest in care is to invest in human development, equality, and social cohesion. El Salvador reaffirms within this framework its conviction that care should be understood as a public good, a human right as well, and we would like to make an appeal for regional and inter-American cooperation in policies for care and an exchange of good practices and other mechanisms for sustainable development. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, El Salvador. Thank you very much for your comments. Bolivia has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I'd like to express our deep gratitude to the different panelists for sharing their views. And it reminds us of the human importance, the social importance of this topic. Particularly, we recognize the minister and her presence. We truly value that we've included commemoration of the 29th of October as the International Day of Care and Support, proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly. And this date invites all of us to think about the relevance of care and support in all persons' life and how this is fundamental and it undergirds our societies, our economies, and the well-being of our families. Care, remunerated or not, is an indivisible pillar, but it's vital for life. It is the work that allows for others to develop themselves, to work and to learn and to lead a dignified life. Without having care in the center front of our agendas, we cannot move ahead towards sustainable development nor reach gender equality. The data are eloquent and oftentimes moving. Women, children take on 76.2% of the care work, which is unremunerated, devoting 3.2 times more time than men do. This is silent inequality and limits their access to education, to dignified work and political participation and full-fledged use of their human rights, and reminds us that we still have a lot of ground to cover so that equality is real and tangible. In this framework, then, we celebrate the Advisory Commitment 31/35 of the Inter-American Human Rights Court, which recognized the fundamental right to care and be cared for, and self-care. This looks at care as a human right and that states have to protect, saving time, resources, and make the necessary space so that this is an integral part for our population. We also underscore the commitment of Tlatelolco that stems from the 60th Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean that offers us a blueprint for the next 10 years, thus establishing the decade of action 2025-2030 towards building a society for care. In this regard, Bolivia reaffirms its commitment with this paradigm, which puts sustainability of life, the care for people and the planet, center front in public policies, aligning that with our ancestral cosmovision in keeping with Mother Nature and living well. It's crucial that care policy incorporate intersectionality and interculturality so as to guarantee that women, indigenous rural women, those with low income, can be seen and heard. These policies not only seek to reduce the burden of care, but also distribute it equitably between men and women, communities, and the private sector, and make it a central point for the state. We also underscore the need to invest in an economy of inclusive, resilient care, which would imply, one, recognize and value the work of care, remunerated or not, in national statistics. Second, create systems for care and universal support of quality. And third, to promote co-responsibility, promoting active participation of men when it comes to care. The society of care is not just a social objective. It's a strategy for development, an ethic imperative, and one that undergirds sustainability. We invite member states, then, that on the 20th of October, not to look at this as a day of touching their conscience, but it should be a driving force of concrete action, which gives a society where care and living well is a reality for everyone across the board, and that this commemoration is not just a date on the calendar, but rather a live part of our shared responsibility and our memory to take care of and to support those who are in our environment. We should be inspired by this invaluable work that sustains our societies and our families to promote equality and to build together more fair, solid, and human communities. No matter what action, no matter how small it seems, care should be respected, recognized, and celebrated as the bedrock of a dignified life for all people. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Bolivia, for your comments. I recognize Paraguay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I would like to thank the panelists for their very interesting and important presentations, particularly the Minister of Women of the Dominican Republic, Her Excellency Mrs. Jimenez, for her presence. I truly appreciate the delegations who asked for inclusion of this item on the agenda today. This invites us to reflect on the importance to recognize and value the work of care for men and women alike who are caretakers. They are essential. Since 2022, Paraguay has a national policy of care which is geared toward guaranteeing the well-being and the autonomy of people who require care, as well as those who offer it. This is based on a model of co-responsibility between the family, the state, and the private sector, as well as the community, with a view towards equality, a cycle of life, human rights, and co-responsibility. Currently, we're going through the process of drafting the first plan of action for 2025-2030, so as to put in practice the objectives which are in our policy, such as strengthening care services, training, and the provision of care itself. We want to establish regulatory frameworks, generation of statistical data, as well as other public communication plans so as to recognize and value and take on co-responsibility when it comes to care. The national policy for care takes on one of the biggest social challenges, recognizing care, which is often unremunerated. This is crucial, but oftentimes it's invisible, and this particularly affects women. And that is why the implementation of this policy has the potential to improve economic autonomy of women, to make the care work dignified, free up time so as to participate in the social and labor forces, and for those who need care to receive it in a dignified way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paraguay, for your comments. Barbados has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Barbados is honored to join the international community in marking the International Day of Care and Support, a day that calls us to lift the veil on one of the most unheralded yet indispensable foundations of human progress, care for others. Many thanks to the delegations that brought this critical issue to today's agenda, and also the panelists for their invaluable contributions. For too long, the care that sustains our societies, the hands that feed, the hands that heal, and the shoulders that bear the unseen burdens of family and community have remained undervalued, uncounted, and unequally shared. Yet without them, economies will struggle to function effectively, and no nation can truly flourish. The data from the United Nations and the International Labour Organization compel us to look honestly at ourselves. The global caregiving workforce is made up of 249 million women and 132 million men. By 2030, more than 2.3 billion children, older persons, and those living with illness and disability will depend on care. And still, women perform over 76% of all unpaid cared work, devoting 3 times more hours to it than men. These are not abstract numbers. These are the lived reality of millions of women, mothers, daughters, grandmothers, and young girls who daily shoulder the weight of our collective well-being. Their contributions sustain households, strengthen communities, and powers the invisible engine of every economy. The responsibility of providing care falls overwhelmingly on women and girls, who spend more than twice as many hours as men on unpaid care and domestic work. As a result, they miss out on education, paid work, self-care, and more. Women also do most of paid care work, but lack basic social security, work long hours for low wages. 2/3 of all workers in the care sector, including healthcare, childcare, and domestic work, are women. For Barbados, and indeed for the wider Americas, this is not merely a question of compassion. It is one of equity, economics, and enlightened policy. If care work sustains life, then our economies must sustain care. If women build the social capital of nations, then justice demands that this capital be recognized, reduced, and redistributed more fairly. Barbados has therefore placed the care economy at the heart of its social transformation agenda through the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs and the Bureau of Gender Affairs. We are advancing measures to professionalize care work, expand early childhood and elder care services, and design labor policies that respect both work and family responsibilities. The government has also partnered with the UN Women to measure the economic contribution of unpaid domestic and care work. But let us be clear, this is not a work of women alone. It is unfinished work of our societies to make the act of care a shared responsibility among men and women, among families and the state, among all sectors of our economies. In the words of my Prime Minister, the Honorable Mia Amar Motley, there can be no sustainable development if half of humanity must bear the full burden of holding up the world. Barbados stands ready to play its part to ensure that in our pursuit of gender equality and social justice, care is not forgotten, but finally given the worth it deserves. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. Bárbara.
Thank you very much, Barbados, for your comments. Grenada has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First, we would like to express our appreciation to the distinguished presenters for their remarks and insights on today's topic. Today's observance of the International Day of Care and Support is both timely and significant. It reflects our shared understanding that care, both paid and unpaid, is essential to human well-being and underpins the strength of our economies. Globally, women perform over 76% of all unpaid care work, devoting on average 3 times more hours to care than men, while the demand for care is projected to increase dramatically as populations age and as more children enter early childhood and school age. In Grenada, women continue to bear a disproportionate share of unpaid care and domestic responsibilities, whether in raising children, supporting older family members, or caring for persons with disabilities. A 2024 report by UN Women estimates that women in Grenada spend on average 4.5 hours per day on unpaid care, compared with less than 2 hours for men. Nearly 60% of employed women adjust their work schedules or decline job opportunities due to caregiving duties. This underscores the urgent need for comprehensive, gender-responsive care policies that enable both women and men to participate fully in economic and public life. Grenada recognizes that care and domestic work must be shared among women and men, families, the state, and the private sector, and that gender equality is integral to sustainable development. The government therefore continues to strengthen the legal and institutional framework for care and support, ensuring that national legislation keeps pace with the evolving needs of families and workers. Grenada is also actively undertaking time use data collection to inform national decision-making around the care economy. This data is guiding the government's legislative reform agenda on labor rights, family leave policies, and care infrastructure. It is also shaping investments in the care economy and influencing the development of national indicators that recognize women's unpaid contributions to the economy. By integrating time use data into policy making, Grenada is ensuring that women's economic and social contributions beyond the formal sector are visible, valued, and redressed. In 2023, the government doubled the minimum wage for caregivers of the elderly and extended coverage to early childhood workers. This measure provides tangible recognition of women's labor and contributes to reducing their economic vulnerability. In June, the Cabinet of Grenada approved a UN Women-supported legislative initiative under the Build Back Equal project, funded by the Government of Canada. This initiative seeks to extend maternity leave to at least 14 weeks, introduce parental leave, and establish child benefits for low-income families. It will also require employers to provide breastfeeding facilities and promote flexible work arrangements to support shared family responsibilities. Chair, the importance of robust care systems was underscored following Hurricane Beryl in 2024, which destroyed several elder care facilities and disrupted support for vulnerable citizens. In response, the Government of Grenada allocated EC $14.5 million under the Beryl Response Income Support Program in the 2025 national budget to assist affected families and sustain care provision. Grenada believes that the OAS, and in particular the Inter-American Commission of Women, have a pivotal role in promoting standards on the right to care and in mobilizing technical cooperation and resources for care systems throughout the region. We therefore welcome continued dialogue on the Care Society agenda under the Tlatelolco commitment and encourage practical measures to translate these commitments into tangible action. For Grenada, investing in care is investing in resilience, equality, and human dignity. The transformation toward a care society is both a moral and economic imperative, one that ensures that every citizen, regardless of gender, age, or circumstance, can contribute to and benefit from sustainable development. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Grenada, for your comments. Canada has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the Minister and the other panelists for their presentations this morning, particularly the delegation of the Dominican Republic for having added this item on the agenda today. Canada truly believes that the care work, be it paid or unpaid, is essential for humans' well-being and economic and sustainable development. Nonetheless, this work is often not recognized, undervalued, and distributed in an unequal way. We look at the inequalities of gender, which underscores this, and unequal division of work, unpaid work, along the low quality and undermining of this work is an affront to women and girls and limits their economic possibilities. In English.
Is a matter of justice and economic interest. It is fundamental to achieving gender equality, the empowerment of women and girls, inclusive economic growth, decent work, and the broader sustainable development goals. Our region has been at the forefront of the global conversation on care work, including through the Global Alliance of Care Work, of which Canada is a proud member. Through innovative public policies, regional cooperation, and high-level political commitment, countries of the Americas are shaping the global conversation on care as a pillar of inclusive economic growth and social equality, and the CIM is one of our most powerful allies in doing this. These efforts also recognize the role of men in shaping care responsibilities, challenging traditional gender norms, and promoting more equitable caregiving models. We must deepen our understanding of the value care work generates and promote it as a shared responsibility among genders, households, the state, communities, civil society, and the private sector. Canada remains committed to working with regional and international partners to advance care systems that are inclusive, gender responsive, and sustainable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Canada, for your comments. The Dominican Republic is recognized. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the Dominican Republic, we would like to thank the chair of this permanent council and the permanent representative of Chile, Ambassador Pascual C., for taking on the request to include as an item on today's agenda the International Day to commemorate care and support, as well as the delegations of Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, Panama, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Uruguay for supporting us in that request. We truly appreciate the comments made by Mrs. Jimenez, Minister of Women from the Dominican Republic, and Alejandra Mora Mora, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women, SIM, and Mr. Osvaldo Montoya, representative from Men Engage. The presence of the Minister of Women in this August Assembly is a show of the Dominican Republic's commitment to the economy of care, and particularly to women who contribute and make concerted efforts in this very important item of every country's GDP, particularly in our hemisphere. To conclude, we would like to express our deep thanks to the Inter-American Commission of Women for their efforts and contributions that they make in favor of economic rights for all women, thus giving states the Inter-American Model Law for Care, as well as for the implementation thereof, as well as the point on co-responsibility of care in the private sector. Thank you very much, Madam. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, Dominican Republic, for your comments.
El agradecimiento, por cierto. A continuación,
Now, Panama, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This delegation welcomes the inclusion of this important topic on today's agenda, and we recognize the leadership on the part of the Dominican Republic and the Commission of Women for creating the space to reflect and take collective action for care and supporting our care societies. We also welcome the participation of the panelists whose presentations have enriched our exchange. The commemoration of the International Day of Support and Care invites us to make visible the value of care work, both remunerated and not, which are provided by women in its majority and contributes to economic productivity and sustainability. The data across the world is clear. Women take or make up 3/4 of non-remunerated work in the world, 3.2 times more than men in similar positions. In Latin America and the Caribbean, that inequality has created labor inequalities, a lack of access to social protection and participation, and particularly for women in situations of poverty and vulnerability. For my country, Panama wants to recognize and redistribute this care. It's a priority for gender equality and sustainable development. In that vein, in 2024, we passed a law that establishes the national system of care, which has as a goal guaranteeing the right to care, integral well-being, and development of autonomy for all people who receive care, as well as protection of rights of caretakers, both those who are remunerated and not. The law establishes certain principles of co-responsibility between the state, families, the community, and the private sector, and prioritizes attention paid to populations who live in dependence, for example, children, the elderly, and people with disabilities. Amongst the main initiatives that complement this law, we saw the launching and strengthening of an integral system for early childhood, KIP, which offers early elementary education, intervention, nutrition programs for families with young children. And the centers promote childhood development, but also create time for women who historically have taken up in a disproportionate manner the tasks of care, can also participate in economic, educational, and community activities. Panama has also adopted other policies aimed at bringing more work, life, and family balance to families in Panama, implementing programs of co-responsibility for care. These actions are complementary, they strengthen, they bring training, and raise awareness to fight gender stereotypes that have tended to relegate women to positions of caretaking. This is a social justice issue and is key to our economic development. Women who are freed in these spaces are able to contribute greater to the economy, and this also contributes to greater equality of opportunity. Our recent ratification of OC 3125 of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights reminds us that all people have the right to care, be cared for, and to exercise self-care. Guaranteeing that right is a responsibility that falls on all of us, and it requires holistic plans, sensitive budgets, and regional cooperation. And in that vein, we celebrate the adoption of the Tlatelolco, and we celebrate the vision of a care society as a paradigm for social development, equality, and peace in our region. We reiterate, Mr. Chair, the commitment on the part of the Republic of Panama to an inter-American agenda for care that places people at the center and promotes gender equality and guarantees that caring for others, and caring for ourselves is a fully exercised right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Panama, for your words. Costa Rica, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Minister Jimenez, distinguished panelists, distinguished colleagues, delegates, members, Costa Rica is pleased to join the presentation or the proposal presented by the the Dominican Republic, and we'd like to recognize Minister Cordero and all of the other bodies that helped to call for this space so that we can commemorate this International Day of Support and Care, which is a day that was established by the United Nations in 2023. This commemoration invites us to recognize an essential truth. Care sustains life. It's a silent heart of our societies. However, it's one of the least recognized forms of work and one of the most unequally distributed. In our region, millions of women and girls continue to do most of this work, this care work, oftentimes in exhausting conditions without support or recognition, which of the setting aside of their own professional, personal, or economic opportunities and activities. And it's also worsened by latent stereotypes about gender. According to recent data by the Inter-American Development Bank, as mentioned by Secretary Mora, care work that is not remunerated comes to between 15 and 25% of regional GDP. If this were taken into account, it would be one of the main drivers of our economies. Recognizing this, redistributing it, is not just a question of social justice, but also of economic development, sustainability, and recognition of the double or even triple shifts that disproportionately are worked by women and girls. In Costa Rica, we have tried to advance with a more holistic system of policies for care throughout the life cycle, strengthening co-responsibility between the state, families, communities, and the private sector. Our programs aim not just to focus on children and older adults, but also to guarantee that anyone who provides care can do so with support, with dignity, and with access to mental health services and services that support their well-being. The recent consultative opinion of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, which has already been highlighted in today's session, reaffirms that vision and recognizes care as an autonomous right and establishes that states have the obligation of guaranteeing national systems of care based on equality, co-responsibility, and human rights. This is a legal step forward that reinforces the connection between commitments already made in the United Nations system and within the Inter-American normative framework, and it reminds us that care is not a private task, but a public shared responsibility. This session of the Permanent Council is, as a result, an opportunity to reaffirm that there is no sustainable development without care. There's no social justice without co-responsibility. Taking care of our girls, our boys, taking care of people who live with disabilities, those who are facing chronic illnesses, or the elderly, is taking care of our democracies and the social cohesion that really undergirds them. Costa Rica thanks and recognizes the leadership of the Dominican Republic, and particularly Minister Mayra Jimenez for her presentation, her leadership, and the leadership of the Executive Secretary Alejandra Mora Mora of SIM. The delegations, thank you for those presentations from Men Engage and others, and all of the others who have participated with so much enthusiasm in this initiative. We are happy to see the OAS join this hemispheric reflection together with the United Nations and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. We hope that this will be an invitation to transform into this recognition into action. We want to see public policies, budgets, and cultural changes that bring dignity to all of those who provide care, as well as those who are cared for. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for your remarks. Now, Honduras, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of Honduras is grateful to the panelists for their valuable participation, and it welcomes the celebration of the International Day of Care and Support proclaimed by the UNGA, with the goal of recognizing care as an essential pillar of social well-being, gender equality, and sustainable development. Honduras recognizes the right to care, to be cared for, and to exercise self-care, reaffirming its commitment to creating conditions that will make it possible to exercise those rights. We also highlight the regional importance seen through Tlatelolco, approved within the framework of the most recent conference on women in Latin America, which created a decade of action focused on sustainability for life, equality, and peace. The government of the Republic of Honduras, under the leadership of President Xiomara Castro, maintains a firm commitment to inclusion, equity, and social justice, promoting policies that promote well-being for families and communities, and make visible the contributions of those who create and provide care in every environment. We would also like to highlight the leadership of the Dominican Republic for this initiative, and the Inter-American Commission of Women for the tireless work on behalf of gender equality and the promotion of a society of care in the Americas. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honduras, for your words. Now, the Observer State of the Holy See, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of the Holy See would like to express its sincere gratitude for the opportunity to join this important commemoration of the International Day of Care and Support. This day, which was recently established by the United Nations on July 24th of 2023, has provided a valuable opportunity to reflect on just how central care is in our societies. Care is not just a task or an economic tool, or it's a full dimension. It's essential to the human survival and well-being, and it is central to our being, caring for others, especially those who are more fragile. Leon XIV and his first apostille, which was his first, published on October 4th, De L'exite de Amado. And it's a document on care by the part of the church for and of the poor. The care, whether it's within families, communities, or at an institutional level, is a fundamental pillar of holistic human development and for building fair and solidary societies. And in that sense, it is very important to recognize the work that is often invisible and undervalued of all of those who mostly are women and who dedicate their lives to caring for children, the elderly, the sick, and those with disabilities. The Holy See reaffirms the principle that the center of dignity for every human means that care has to be accessible to all without discrimination, and that this be manifested in public policies that focus on humans and human beings and promote a solidarity and co-responsibility. At the same time, I would like to highlight that true care cannot be reduced to just a technical or professional service. Care implies presence, listening, compassion, and above all, as many have said, love. Because being close to others, knowing others, helping others is a fraternal act. And this Holy See encourages all of us to continue promoting public policies that strengthen support networks amongst communities and families, and that recognize the social and human value of care. And that is the only way that we will be able to move forward towards a more human, more fraternal, and truly dignified future. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Holy See, for your remarks. The Observer Mission of Italy, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are grateful to the panelists for their remarks, their presentations, and to the delegation of the Dominican Republic, and all those who have wished to include this point on the agenda for today. I will refer to the words of the Italian President Sergio Mattarella, who on the International Day of the Elderly and the International Day of People living with disabilities. The increase in life expectancy is one of the most important phenomena of our time, and it is profoundly changing the identity of many societies, social and economic balances, and we've seen repercussions in production, consumption, the labor market, and particularly systems of well-being. Demographic projections would indicate that by 2050, the number of people 60 and over in the world will be greater than 2 billion. The adequate inclusion of the elderly and oftentimes single-parent families is one of our greatest contemporary challenges, and we believe that they need to be included to provide their experience, their knowledge, and guarantee their rootedness in communities. At the same time, the affirmation of the rights of people with disabilities, which is something that is not related to any particular age or stage of life, is fundamental. The UN Convention on Rights of People with Disabilities from 2006 created a foundation for a new focus, recognizing just how persistently difficult and slow it has been for modern societies to accept this diversity. And in that context, building a care society is a transformation that is absolutely essential for this fundamental change based on the dignity of human beings, the promotion of human rights, and integral development that is both sustainable and inclusive. We must also take advantage of new technologies available to us. Caretakers who are both professional and work for their families are essential for children, the elderly, and people living with disabilities. We need to make it possible for all of these people to be active in their social context, economic activities, and social context as well. Their contribution deserves full recognition and support. And it is often women who disproportionately do this invisible and undervalued work, even into old age. They play an absolutely fundamental role in family dynamics, attending to all dependents, including those with disabilities. We hope to pay homage to those individuals with our remarks. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Italy, for your remarks. And lastly, we have the Observer State of Spain. You have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This mission of Spain wishes to also thank you for the inclusion of this point on the agenda for today's permanent council session, as well as the presentations by Madam Ambassador or Madam Minister from the Dominican Republic, the other panelists, and other permanent representatives of member states. In Spain, Mr. Chair, almost 10% of the population, about 4.5 or 5 million people, need care and support. Most of those people, almost 90% of them, receive that care at home and primarily at the hands of women who make up part of their family. On the other hand, 82% of the people who work in social service work, mostly women, who offer that care, are people who tend to work part-time, with certain precarity in their contracts, underpaid, and other risks in their economic activities. And so in Spain, as a result, we've come to the idea that we can't continue to undervalue care. We've seen many women in this under-remunerated sphere make a call for change, and there's a law of dependency that was approved through the Spanish courts and puts forth standards for care a year ago, created standards for, or a plan of action for 2025-2030 to make a qualitative jump when it comes to care of dependents. This is a strategy that autonomous communities have to implement. Given the judicial system and the makeup of our country, they have to have enough support, and they draw support from funds through the European Union, and they will attend to those deficiencies that I've just mentioned. And dignified care throughout the life cycle must be those that all dependents receive. 90% of them, as I mentioned, receive care at home. I'd like to highlight here, too, that there is an awareness of the need to increase investment in long-term care support. In Spain, we'd need to reach, for the life cycle, and given the longer life expectancy projected, 1.5% increase of the GDP in order to be able to fully implement all of these strategies for care in an efficient manner, and so that the services provided are fully implemented. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias por su intervención.
Thank you for your remarks, Permanent Observer, State of Spain. If I don't see any further requests for the floor, I will thank you, Madam Mayra Jimenez, Minister of Women for the Dominican Republic. Thank you for your participation on this day of commemoration, and thank you too to the Executive Secretariat for the Committee of Women, SIM, and the Global Director for Networks of Men Engage for your presentation as well. The Chair recommends that we take due note of the presentations and remarks made, which will appear in the minutes of the session. Seeing no objection, it is so approved. Before we move on to point 3, I'd like to mention that we're going to extend this session until 2 p.m. so that we don't have to reopen the session following lunch. Understanding that we need to respect time, we'll see how the time goes. If we aren't able to wrap up by 2, we'll recommence after lunch. want you to speak freely. I don't mean to cut anyone off. I just want to have you have an idea of what the day is going to look like today. We'll monitor time and make a decision accordingly. If we see that there's no way to finish before 2 p.m., well, then we'll have a lunch break. If we believe that it will be possible to wrap up by 2 p.m., then we will do that, and after 2 p.m., we can all go home. Point 3, commemoration of the International Day of Older Persons. As the following point of the agenda, following the request of Uruguay, it is time to commemorate the International Day of Older Persons. And it is a pleasure for me to welcome, in this case, Dr. Betel de Munoz had to withdraw, so Roberto Rojas, who's a specialist for the Secretariat for Strengthening Democracy at the OAS. Mr. Rojas, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Allow me, first of all, to thank you for including me on today's order of business, and thank you, too, to Peru and Uruguay for inviting me. This is an important opportunity for the region, given the data and the lives touched. According to PAHO, in the Americas, there are 160 million elderly in the Americas, and we believe that that will be greater than 300 million in just a few years. And so we will, and many of them living in Latin America and in the Caribbean. And so what we see here is that for those who live in situations of discrimination and abandonment, it's even more severe when those people are women, African descendants, indigenous, refugees, displaced people. They are often facing multiple forces of discrimination, and as noted, many of these women, indigenous people, Afro-descendants are carers of other people who are also often older. As indicated in the note that convened the session in June of 2015, after several years of negotiation, the General Assembly of the OAS adopted the Declaration for Rights of People of the Elderly. Something that we would like to highlight here, and we're proud of as an organization, is that this convention is the first legally binding tool on this topic. Currently, after 10 years from its adoption at the OAS, the United Nations has begun a process of reviewing, or that is, drafting its own draft resolution. The Inter-American Convention has as a goal to promote, protect, and guarantee the recognition and full exercise and enjoyment of rights on equal conditions of all human rights and fundamental freedoms of elderly people so that they can fully participate and be integrated in society. In my classes on the elderly, I always highlight that sooner or later this convention will be respected by all, now or in 40, 50 years. This is our conviction, it's our convention, and we need to highlight it. To date, 3 member states are part of the convention: Argentina, Belize, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, Mexico, Peru, St. Kitts and Nevis, Suriname, and Uruguay. On the other hand, the Department of Social Inclusion, which is now the Department of Access to Rights, has participated in a series of events to promote the contents of the Inter-American Convention on the Protection of Human Rights. And these are strategic alliances with various institutions, and their main partners being the PAHO and the World Health Organization. We've seen collaboration for its implementation for the ratification of the convention in the region. In addition, we are WHO collaborators for the International Day of the Health and Rights of Older Persons, which is a focus for us to be able to create a society that is just for all. establishes agenda that recognizes vulnerabilities, strengthening rights, and the resilience of elderly people. This will require an interinstitutional mechanism on a regional level to promote and implement it in order to coordinate response on a regional level. Currently, we are coordinating so that our organization can be part of that mechanism, which has been spearheaded by OPS. We are also participating in the anti-ageist initiative, which makes up the heart of this coalition. And in 2023, the Department of Access to Rights and the European Union created a series of webinars for political dialogues between our regions to fight discrimination on the basis of age and promoting the rights of the elderly. And as a goal, we wish to focus on political rights and policies for the elderly, strategies for promoting their rights. And the panelists created presentations. They shared their experience, their knowledge to create best practices, to establish equality, and to fight ageism from an intersectional perspective. On the other hand, we should highlight here that we also included the rights of the elderly in actions taken in the health care sector as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, we've seen the promotion of the rights of the elderly with an intersectional focus, promoting the rights, and this also includes the social inclusion and access to rights diploma program, training young people on this topic, and also with Reafro together with ECLAC and Indigenous people. Both webinars had a common goal, which was to give visibility and relevance to elderly of Afro-descendants and indigenous backgrounds so that they can fully exercise their rights. They often face multiple sources of discrimination. We recognize these challenges on a regional level, and we recognize that the first time that there were specific activities on these important groups and actions in the region, as you can see, with creativity and strategic alliances, we've been able to promote the rights of the elderly despite the scarcity of resources. And there we would like to thank the government of Chile for their voluntary contribution to the fund for the elderly of the organization. And 10 years have passed since the adoption of the convention, and it is therefore of utmost importance that we see its full realization and implementation. For that, we kindly request that those members that have adopted the convention contribute so that we can have the resources necessary to fully implement the mechanism and so that we can be sustainable. From our department, we will continue to work together with member states, international organizations, academia. Thank you, Mr. Rojas, for your presentation.
A continuación,
Following that, I'm pleased to greet and welcome Mrs. Marianela Lasaba, Director of the National Institute for the Elderly of Uruguay. Dr. Lasaba, welcome. You have the floor. Dr. Larrazabal is on Kudo virtually.
Vamos a
Let's move on with Mrs. Elba Espinosa Rios so that we can continue, and then we'll move back and pick up on Director Lars Sabal. Mrs. Elba Espinosa Rios, Executive Director of the National Program of Specialized Services for Older Adults of Peru. Director Espinosa, welcome. You have the floor. Good morning, everyone. Greetings from the Minister of Women and Vulnerable Populations of the Republic of Peru, Mrs. Gutierrez. Today, we are going to tell you about the progress that our country has made in this area. I don't know if you can see the presentation. Thank you for putting it on the screen. Here we can see how the country has increased the numbers of elderly in Peru. We have 14.3% of the population here, and regionally there are also more females. We also have another issue which is rooted in the fact that 22% of the elderly are living in poverty or extreme poverty. According to the National Institute of Data, 45% of our homes had amongst their members at least one person 60 years of age, and almost 80% of the elderly population have some kind of chronic health problem. And another reality in the region is that there are a lot of violence that the elderly are subjected to. We have a service where this year we had reports of violence and violence that we have to bear in mind. Now, on this slide, we can see what progress has been made in the normative area, laws that were approved in 2025, and this is within the framework of the Inter-American Framework. This has been recognized in Peru. We have a supreme decree which approves a multi-sectoral approach that works with various sectors of the state to implement services that are exclusively geared towards needs of the elderly. And this committee or this policy has a multi-sectoral committee for elderly people. People have been talking about in-laws. Peru is very concerned and is working also on this issue. We are developing a policy which is multi-sectoral, and we have a bill in the Congress to set up a national care system. In the next slide, you can see in 2024 in Peru, we got a specialized program off the ground for dealing with the elderly. The aim is to contribute to the life of these people. Now, in this slide, we have made progress. 261,000 people were cared for through services promoted by the national program. SIAM created 1,748 possibilities on the national level. Now, these cultural centers deal with the elderly, and in the next slide, we can also see the number and the services that we have in the national program. We have 30 services nationally, and these are geared toward bringing in the elderly who are weak. We have 7 residential centers that provide care, 22 centers with daycare, and another center which works at night. We have 1,230 people that are cared for. We have other services for people at risk or who have been abandoned or who live in poverty. These services are temporary services so that we can provide full-fledged services to these people. Next slide, please. I'd like to show you what some of the challenges are, but we're quite clear that we have to work so that we can have a good economic situation for the elderly. This is economic empowerment, and we have to broaden our records and provide other services. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Espinosa. Thank you very much for your presentation and your very illustrative PowerPoint presentation. I would now like to give the floor to Mrs. Marianela Larzabal, the Director of the National Institute for the Elderly of Uruguay. Director Larzabal, you have the floor.
Estamos intentando.
We're trying to make the connection with Director Larzabal. We're going to take a last stab at this so that we can hear the presentation, the virtual presentation. If it's not possible, then, well, it's not possible for the moment, so there you have it. We are sorry about this technical glitch, Director Larzabal, and we apologize to our colleagues from Uruguay. We haven't really been able to get a connection to have your presentation. Once again, we would like to ask you to send in your written version so that we can include it in the minutes of this meeting. Then, given that, I should like to open the floor to those delegations who might like to participate in this commemoration. Costa Rica has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished panelists, members of the top table. Costa Rica would like to express its deep thanks to the Permanent Mission of Uruguay for the initiative to include this topic on the agenda today to commemorate the elderly proclaimed by the United Nations in 1990. This commemoration invites us to recognize and think about some of the opportunities and challenges that aging populations have in our hemisphere, as well as the shared responsibilities that all states have to guarantee rights, dignity, and full-fledged participation of the elderly in our societies. Costa Rica recognizes that aging is an advantage of social development. It's not a social problem. More than 11% of the population in our country is above 65 years of age, and we envision that this proportion will double in the next 2 decades. Given this scenario, then, the state of Costa Rica, through the National Council for Elderly with APAM and the Ministry of Health, have strengthened their public policies to guarantee an active, healthy, and aging with rights within the framework of the national policy of aging for the aged 2022-2032. In the last year, Costa Rica has carried out activities to combat abandonment, violence, and discrimination because of age, as well as to try to strengthen caring, personal autonomy, and community integration structures. These efforts are in line with the Inter-American Convention on Protection of Human Rights of the Elderly, adopted in this organization, which is a essential normative pillar to move ahead and have more just and solid societies. In this context, Costa Rica feels it is of utmost importance that member states make progress as we build mechanisms and follow-up mechanisms of the Inter-American Convention for the Protection of Human Rights of the Elderly. This is in keeping with the mandate so that we have a technical and permanent space which will facilitate cooperation and an assessment of the progress made and identifying common challenges. This kind of mechanism will allow us to strengthen real implementation of the convention, promote an exchange of good practices, and make national experiences more visible as we have a protection across the board for the elderly in the Americas. Today, this International Day, Costa Rica reiterates its commitment for full-fledged implementation of the aforementioned convention and to strengthen the mechanisms of hemispheric cooperation that promotes active participation, where we spearhead things for the elderly in economic, social, political, and cultural life of our region. And then finally, we would like to offer a clarion call for all of those who are doing coordination amongst member states, the agencies and bodies of the OAS and the agencies of civil society to continue to build inclusive environments that are respectful of rights of all the elderly people in the Americas. Thank you very much.
A la delegación de Costa Rica solo quiero informarles que los especialistas y expertos en materias de tiempo
I would just like to tell you that the experts tell us that we can move on till 2 and we'll continue with our agenda. So that said, the delegation of Mexico has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We truly appreciate this initiative from Uruguay to include this item on the agenda as well as the presentations that have been made. It is very timely and very virtuous that in the very same session we have a commemoration of the elderly and the care and support item. This is a question of intersectionality that has been adopted and all efforts being made to protect and promote human rights. In keeping with information from the National Council of Mexico and its population, there are more than 17 million elderly in the country, and we envisage that by 2070, this segment will represent 34% of our population. And alongside that, we observe a marked feminization of aging, more women. So in 2025, Mexico looked at long-term care for the elderly, edited by the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations, that proposes overcoming this dichotomy between autonomy and independence in favor of an approach which prizes interdependence in care and situates care as a fundamental right in terms of the Inter-American Convention of Human Rights for the Elderly, which Mexico is a part of. This presentation took place within the framework of the International Day for Women and the Year for Indigenous Women, underscoring the commitment of our President Claudia Sheinbaum with an intersectional necessary approach to deal with the challenges and take advantage of the opportunities of national demographic aging. Within the normative framework, the Law of Rights of the Elderly stipulates a set of basic rights, including the right to a life of quality without violence and without any discrimination, the right to health, food, and family, to dignified living in any judicial proceeding, as well as the right to education, dignified work, well remunerated, and social assistance. This law established a National Institute for the Elderly, INAPAM, it promotes active and healthy aging with a perspective incorporating rights, gender perspective, gender mainstreaming, non-discrimination, recognizing the cultural identity, diversity, and integration as full-fledged participation of elderly in the political, democratic, social, and economic development of Mexico. From INAPAM, elderly of 60 years of age receive economic bi-monthly support as well as official recognized identification throughout the entire country. And they are offered, in addition to other things, access to benefits in food, legal services, education, recreation, culture, health, transportation, public transportation, in addition to discounts in clothing, housing, and other kinds of public services such as the tax and payment for water. In 2020, with the reform of Article 4 in the Constitution, in addition to other aspects, it was established that there would be the state obligation to guarantee economic support to the elderly as well as offer free health services. Mexico has been very active and joined the Decade of Healthy Aging 2021-2030, declared by the World Health Organization, and as such, our country is committed to develop and maintain functional capacity that allows for well-being of aging, as well as the social, economic, and friendly environment for the security and adequate personal development, making it possible to have health and autonomy for the elderly. We respectfully urge all member states who haven't yet done so to ratify or adhere to the Inter-American Convention on the Protection of Human Rights for the Elderly, as well as to agree to promote intersectional approaches that spearhead and move towards inclusive prosperity for our region. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mexico, for your comments. St. Lucia has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my delegation joins in the commemoration of International Day of Older Persons observed annually on October 1st. We also thank the panelists for their presentations. St. Lucia recognizes that older persons are the pillars upon which our societies are built, the keepers of our wisdom, the guardians of our values and culture, and the hands that have shaped our communities. As our population ages, the government of St. Lucia views this as an opportunity to draw on the experience and insights of our senior citizens while ensuring that they live in dignity, security, and comfort. It is rooted in St. Lucian culture to respect and revere our elders. Under the leadership of Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, the government of St. Lucia has placed the welfare and dignity of older persons at the heart of its national development agenda through the establishment of the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and Elderly Affairs in 2021. This marked the first time in our nation's history that a ministry has been specifically dedicated to the affairs of the elderly, a clear demonstration of this administration's compassion and commitment to those who built the foundation of our society. Through this ministry, the government has taken deliberate and sustained action to implement policies and programs that promote care, wellness, and inclusion for older persons. The Elderly Affairs Unit has been strengthened to engage directly with homes for older persons across the island, ensuring living conditions, assessing living conditions, improving service delivery, and building partnerships with administrators and caregivers to ensure high standards of care. Across St. Lucia, facilities for the elderly are being upgraded, access to healthcare expanded, and community support systems reinforced to ensure that no senior citizen is left behind, in keeping with the Pierre administration's mantra of putting people first. A major milestone in this regard is the introduction of the Golden 80+ Health package launched in 2023. This initiative provides citizens aged 80 years and above with free access to essential health services, including prescribed medications, hearing and eye examinations, and surgeries at designated health institutions. This program represents a tangible expression of the government's respect and gratitude for those who have given so much to St. Lucia's growth and development. The government has also prioritized the modernization of the national policy of older persons through ongoing consultations with caregivers, community representatives, and private sector partners. The Ministry of Elderly Affairs seeks to ensure that the updated policy reflects the realities of aging in St. Lucia today. The goal is to create a comprehensive framework that protects the rights of older persons, promotes active aging, and ensures their continued participation in national life. To commemorate this year's International Day of Older Persons, the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and Elderly Affairs hosted some events, including a senior wellness event that brought together residents from homes for the elderly for a day of exercise, education, and fellowship. This event underscored the importance of maintaining physical and mental well-being, strengthening community bonds, and celebrating the contributions of our older citizens. It also served as a reminder that care for the elderly must be shared among families, communities, and institutions. As we observe this important day, the government of St. Lucia reaffirms its commitment to fostering a society that honors its elderly citizens and provides them with the support they need to age with dignity, independence, and security. These initiatives reflect the compassion, respect, and solidarity that define the vision of the Philip J.P. administration for a more caring, inclusive, and humane St. Lucia. St. Lucia reaffirms St. Lucia remains steadfast in its belief that the true measure of a nation lies in how it treats its elderly. We will therefore continue to strengthen systems of care, expand access to services, and ensure that our elderly persons remain valued participants in the life of our country. I thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, St. Lucia. Chile has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We recognize and truly appreciate Uruguay's leadership in organizing this item on the agenda. The International Day of Older Persons is being commemorated on the 1st of October. This is a good time to underscore a topic which is of growing relevance for all of our countries. In Chile, the inclusion of older persons is a priority in the design and implementation of public policies. According to the Center 2024, 14% of the population is 65 years or older, and 6% of homes is made up exclusively of people in this age group. And as such, the index of aging that looks at the quantity of people 65 years or older for each 100 minors under 15 increased from 31.3 in 2022 to 69 in 2024. This data reflects quite clearly the aging process, the demographic aging process that we're going through. And nonetheless, to promote inclusion of older people should not be just a question of statistics. In Chile, we understand that aging is an integral stage in the cycle of life, not like a separate category. And whilst we consider the particular features, we look at social integration as a focus, which recognizes autonomy and the contribution of older people in community life, overcoming the views that are focused on offering care or protection. In this framework, then, we have spearheaded various measures to advance with inclusion and the well-being of older persons, in which we can underscore reform of pensions geared towards improving economic security in aging, the National System for Support and Care, which offers a network of care to receive as well as to provide care, digital literacy programs that facilitate incorporation of elderly people into the new technologies, the well-living practices for as of 2012, and the defense, which provides legal care for situations of abuse, mistreatment, or a breach of rights. On the other hand, we would like to inform you quite happily the progress made in the Senate and the House, a bill for dignified aging, which is healthy, and this is moving through its last stages in the House. We are looking at a culture of autonomy and respect, promoting views that allow people to age with dignity, have participation, and to exercise their rights. We truly believe that to advance along that line strengthens social cohesion and revalues the contribution of those with their work and experience have decidedly contributed to the development of our society. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chile. El Salvador has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. El Salvador echoes the comments made for the International Day of Older Persons, recognizing active people in development and guardians of collective memory of our countries. El Salvador reaffirms its commitment to promote, protect, and fully live out these rights for elderly people in keeping with the principles of International Convention for the Protection of Elderly People, an instrument, which a binding instrument internationally when it comes to this issue, which we contribute to for the process of negotiation and adoption. We recognize that our region is going through a demographic fast change. Aging of the population represents a challenge, but it's also an opportunity to strengthen our societies. In El Salvador, we recognize that older people are an essential pillar for national development, the experience of which their values and contributions contribute to building a more fair and solid society. With this spirit, in El Salvador, we have a legal institutional framework with the approval of a special law for the protection of rights of older persons and the creation of a National Council for Older Persons, IFAM, which coordinates public policies geared towards the well-being, inclusion, and dignified living of older persons. Within social care, we have a new law which implements 30% of all the quotas paid out for pensions for those who need it. And the program for older persons offered support to more than 6,000 people of more than 65 years of age in different municipalities with $13,000, and the pensions, which benefit 32,000 beneficiaries through the Ministry of Local Development. We have 4 or 5 different centers for the elderly with about 2,000 people involved, offering food packages, medical equipment, for better health care. And these actions are complemented by having days, social days for older persons who come back in and ensuring their reintegration in society. These efforts reflect a public policy which is focused on dignity, autonomy, and inclusion. In addition to that, the National Policy for Co-Responsibility of Care 2022-2030 that we recently spoke about promotes a system of inclusive, sustainable care that recognizes both older persons as well as those who are caretakers. We also look after the active participation and healthy aging through the program integrating grandparents. We have older adults that participate in recreation and strengthening of community networks as well. In addition, these centers of attention for older persons offer medical services, psychosocial programs, benefiting older persons in the country. The Ministry of Health has established a unit for integral care for older persons and a technical aspect for health with a view to prevent chronic disease, promoting vaccinations and guaranteeing care with a biosocial aspect or perspective. So in this commemoration, Mr. Chairman, we reaffirm that attention to older persons is not just for care, but it's a commitment for our society that underscores human rights, that it should be with dignity and it should not just be a privilege. We are one of the member states that even though we have not ratified the convention, we will consider accession to strengthen the hemisphere commitment to have dignified, healthy aging in the hemisphere. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, El Salvador. Thank you very much for your comments. Colombia has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for including this topic on the agenda.
Uruguay had requested, we appreciate the panelists' participation and the ambassadors, where we wish that we could have heard from Ambassador Larzábal. Every 1st of October, we commemorate the International Day of older persons, which is an auspicious occasion to think about the challenges and opportunities that face this community. However, during much time, we thought this was a tendency strictly seen in Europe or Asia. We're also seeing an accelerated aging of our population, and our region in half a century has gone through the same process that Europe took 2 centuries to go through. In 1950, people over 60 years were 5% of the population of the region. In 2050, they will be 25%, more or less. And that panorama calls on us to create public policies that will create dignified lives that are protected for these people. In Colombia, the national policies for aging and older people under the initiative of President Gustavo Petro has a plan for 2025-2031 to recognize the diversity of the elderly with a gender perspective, ethnicity perspective, rural and disability perspective through the Ministry of Equity and Development and other ministries. We saw the promotion of actions to promote active participation in the society of these groups. We created space for understanding and dialogue as we create these political policies. When it comes to social protection, the program Colombia Mayor has benefited more than 1.5 million elderly, and the goal is to expand its coverage to 3 million in 2026, focusing on people who live in extreme poverty, particularly women in rural areas and those living without pensions. Those who are over 80 years of age would receive a differentiated quota. Unfortunately, in Congress, the opposition, instead of being present for the open discussions based on data and solid evidence on these topics, they rather make illusions or boast of rather destroying quorum so that we cannot make progress in this area. And unfortunately, this law was sent to the courts because of the opposition, who has tried to undermine the legislative quorum and disrupt our processes. Unfortunately, the court, which also I once was a part of, is discussing or looking at this law as unconstitutional. They care more about whether or not someone was in the hall than if the vote was held to protect the rights of people. Everything has shown that we're now depending on the Supreme Court. We ratified in 2022 the Inter-American Convention on the Protection of Human Rights of the Elderly, which was the first binding mechanism in this area. Just with Mexico, we are amongst the states of the region that is implementing this mechanism and follow-up mechanism thanks to the ratification of Mexico in 2023. Mr. Chair, to wrap up, my delegation takes advantage of this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the promotion and protection of the rights of older persons and our willingness to continue to work with the Organization of American States to create a society that values aging as a stage of life that is of dignity and worthy of active participation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Colombia, for your presentation. Brazil, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Uruguay's suggestion that we include this item on the order of business, and we appreciate the panelists' participation. We think it's of absolute importance to include this perspective of the aging as we look to create societies that are inclusive and sustainable. These populations must be taken into account as we have discussions about public policies, health, etc. And we need tools to support the elderly in the the labor market, and in social environments as well. The Ministry of Work in Brazil established that the elderly are a priority for training sessions. There were training sessions approved for that population through important investments from IVA and the national government. Workers of a certain age in the work market deserve protections through public policies. We have such policies for those who are 40 years of age or older. The Constitution protects the elderly as a priority group in societies and families. In the decree of 1991, we made more concrete the rights and benefits of those people who receive Social Security. Preventive programs and protective programs for the elderly in the labor market show the commitment that our government has towards this population, the mechanisms in place, and support to guarantee that labor force is protected and supported, to guarantee services and payments to the same, those who receive benefits. We'd like to highlight the data regarding the age group, particularly in certain situations of economic and social vulnerability, such as the elderly who work in the informal sector and LGBTQ plus elderly. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brazil, for your presentation. Barbados, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, let me thank the delegation of Uruguay for the inclusion of this topic, as well as the panelists for their comprehensive and thought-provoking presentations. Barbados is pleased to join the hemispheric community in commemorating the International Day of Older Persons, a day that invites both reflection and purposeful action. There is an old African saying that goes, "A village without elders is like a well without water." Today, one of the most profound demographic transformations of our age is unfolding quietly, but unmistakably, across our hemisphere. Populations are aging, not as an anomaly, but as an enduring reality. By 2050, more than 200 million people in the Americas will be 60 years or older. Barbados stands in the vanguard of this transition, with nearly 1 in 5 of our citizens already within that demographic. Barbados has one of the oldest populations in the developing world, with a high percentage of people over 65 that is projected to rise sharply, leading to significant challenges for the healthcare system and social services. The latest figures show that by 2030, 1 in 6 Barbadians would be 60 or older. The current status quo shows that 1 in 5 is over 65 and 1 in 4 is over 60. Barbados also has the second highest percentage of centenarians per capita globally and actively celebrates its elderly population. This transformation is not merely statistical, it is structural. It compels us to reimagine the social contract, how we design our healthcare systems, how we organize our economies, how we nurture intergenerational solidarity, and how we guarantee the dignity of every human being, regardless of age. Through the work of the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, Barbados has taken deliberate steps to build a society that honors and safeguards its elders. The government is currently advancing legislation on the rights of older persons to enshrine in law the protections and entitlements they deserve, from access to care and social protection to freedom from abuse, neglect, and discrimination. We have also strengthened our national policy on aging, guided by the principles of independence, participation, care, self-fulfillment, and dignity. Through community-based programs, public education campaigns, and intergenerational activities, our government seeks to ensure that older persons remain not on the margins, but at the center of national life. The government is also implementing long-term strategies to address the growing demand for long-term care, support for dementia patients, and general social support for the elderly. There's also the active promotion of active and healthy aging through programs like the National Senior Games for Barbados. Our response is grounded in principle and policy. We affirm that the rights of older persons are human rights, indivisible, inalienable, and deserving of full protection. Yet, the challenge before us is not one of compassion alone, but of developmental strategy. Aging societies demand sustainable financing for pensions and health care. They demand innovation in labor markets to harness the experience of older workers, and they demand digital inclusion so that our elders may fully participate in a rapidly changing world. In this sense, the aging of our populations is not a crisis to be managed, but a resource to be mobilized, a reservoir of wisdom, experience, and continuity that can strengthen the moral and social fabric of our nations. Barbados therefore calls for renewed hemispheric cooperation to share knowledge, build capacity, and strengthen institutional frameworks that protect the rights and well-being of older persons. We must treat aging as a development priority, central to our pursuit of equality, inclusion, and sustainable human security in the Americas. As we commemorate this day, let us affirm that how we treat our elders reflects who we are as societies. Barbados remains committed to ensuring that every citizen at every stage of life can live with dignity, participate with purpose, and age with grace. I thank you.
Thank you, Barbados, for your remarks. Belize, you have the floor.
Ambassadors, distinguished delegates, my delegation joins member states in commemorating the International Day of Older Persons, and Belize reaffirms its commitment as a party to the Inter-American Convention on Protecting the Human Rights of Older Persons. Our accession to this landmark treaty in December of last year has strengthened our national resolve to uphold the dignity and rights of older persons and reinforce the strategic direction we continuously pursue. The Convention's principles, centered on equality, autonomy, inclusion, and participation, are deeply aligned with our national strategies. Belize has committed to initiatives that create the enabling environment, promote healthy aging, strengthen social and family support, and enhance economic security. Belize's Ministry of Human Development and the National Council on Aging are advancing a comprehensive agenda to improve the lives of older persons. The National Council and its partners play a vital role in delivering community-based services, advocating for policy reform, and ensuring that older persons in our society are not only cared for, but are empowered to live with dignity and purpose. In fulfillment of our national strategies and commitments to the Convention, Belize has embarked on programs that deliver meals to vulnerable older persons, provide health, education, and promote social engagement and outreach. Recent expansions to our national health insurance to underserved areas of the country ensure that older persons receive critical primary healthcare services. These programs embody the spirit of the Convention and our national values. Belize views aging not as a challenge, but as an opportunity to build a more inclusive and compassionate society. Older persons are extremely valuable to any society as a repository of life experiences and agents of cultural preservation. Chair, in this regard, Belize remains fully committed to working with regional partners and the OAS to ensure that older persons across the Americas enjoy their full rights and freedoms. I thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Belice.
Thank you, Belize, for your remarks. Jamaica, you have the floor.
Chair, distinguished Chair, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for the delegation of Jamaica to participate in this commemoration of the International Day of Older Persons. We extend our appreciation to the prominent mission of Uruguay, the Organization of American States, and all partners involved in organizing this observance, which provides an important opportunity to reflect on the value, contributions, and rights of older persons. The International Day of Older Persons, proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in 1990 and observed annually on October 1, serves as a global reminder of the dignity and worth of older persons. It also highlights the urgent need to ensure that aging populations are integrated into all aspects of social and economic development. For Jamaica, this observance holds deep significance. We are a society that honors the wisdom, resilience, and lifelong service of our elders. Yet, we also recognize the challenges that accompany population aging, particularly in areas of health, income security, social protection, and inclusion. According to Jamaica's most recent census data, persons aged 60 years and older represent a growing share of our population, projected to reach nearly 25% by 2050. This demographic shift demands forward-thinking policies that safeguard their well-being while harnessing their knowledge and experience for national development. Jamaica has made steady progress in advancing the rights and welfare of older persons, guided by our national policy for senior citizens, first adopted in 1997 and revised in 2018. We continue to promote active and productive aging through programs that support independence, participation, care, and self-fulfillment. The policy aligns with the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging and the Inter-American Convention on Protecting the Human Rights of Older Persons, to which Jamaica remains deeply committed. Allow me to highlight a few initiatives being undertaken by the government of Jamaica. The National Council for Senior Citizens, under the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, continues to implement community outreach programs focused on health, digital literacy, and income-generating activities. Through the Acting Aging initiative, older persons are being empowered to remain engaged in civic and economic life. Health and wellness programs, including regular screening clinics, community health fairs, and partnerships with local NGOs. We have expanded to ensure better access to health care and to address non-communicable diseases that disproportionately affect older persons. The Social Pension Program, launched in 2021, which provides direct income support to vulnerable elderly people aged 75 years and older who are not in receipt of a pension or any other form of state assistance. Jamaica's commitment to our senior citizens is rooted in the conviction that aging is not a burden, but a triumph of development and human progress. We believe that older persons are not merely recipients of care, but contributors to our societies, mentors, caregivers, volunteers, and cultural bearers whose legacy enriches every generation. As we commemorate this day, Jamaica joins in reaffirming our collective responsibility as member states of the Americas to build societies that are inclusive of all ages. We must continue to promote policies that eliminate age discrimination, strengthen social protection systems, and guarantee that older people can live with dignity, independence, and respect. In this spirit, Jamaica reiterates its support for the OAS ongoing efforts to advance the rights of older persons through dialogue, cooperation, and the sharing of best practices. In closing, let us remember that how we treat our elders today reflects the kind of societies we hope to build for ourselves tomorrow. In honoring them, we affirm our shared humanity, our commitment to building a future where no one is left behind, regardless of age. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Jamaica. Guatemala, you have the floor. Mr. Chair, Guatemala appreciates the distinguished delegation of Uruguay for including this point on the on the order of business, as well as the other panelists. Their commitment and their perspective for elderly is of fundamental importance for this space for dialogue. Within the framework for the Day of Commemoration for the Elderly, we recognize the tireless work and invaluable contributions of those who have and continue to contribute to our societies. Central to human dignity and solidarity and intergenerational sharing and centered on the elderly. The elderly have been fundamental pillars in constructing our societies, contributing with their wisdom, effort, and experience to forge the present that we share today. Recognizing and guaranteeing their rights is not just an ethical responsibility, but a collective one that we must take up with firm commitment. Focusing on the elderly means recognizing their legacy, their wisdom, their knowledge, and their inalienable rights to guarantee an active, healthy, and inclusive life that is free of ageism and discrimination based on age. Mr. Chair, in Guatemala, we have the firm commitment to move forward in this area with concrete steps that will strengthen and protect the well-being of the elderly. The law for the protection of the elderly established a public policy to support elderly in their quality of life through education, nutrition, housing, medical attention, social services, and recreational activities that will allow them to live a dignified life. Our country also has the law for economic contributions of the elderly under the Department of Social Development and Labor, and our framework there provides monthly contributions to people of 65 years of age and over who don't have a high level of economic resources or who might live in extreme poverty. Through the social work department, we launched the program My Golden Years, which contributes to improving the well-being of Guatemalans who are 65 years and older, with specialized attention at more than 80 centers throughout the country. That program contributes to the integral development of this age group, facilitating their access to primary medical care, recreational activities, and also closing the intergenerational gap through intergenerational activities with children, adults, older adults. We will continue to strengthen this type of initiative, guaranteeing sustainability in these programs and extending their coverage to those who have not yet accessed them. And that reflects Guatemala's commitment, not just in promoting laws, but also creating a holistic system that focuses on inclusion, participation, and protecting social protection of the elderly. We recognize that a society that recognizes and protects its elderly is building a fairer, more inclusive, and solidary society for its people. Thank you. Thank you, Guatemala. Dominican Republic, you now have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Dominican Republic, we thank the permanent mission of the Republic of Uruguay to the OAS for requesting the inclusion of this point on the order of business to commemorate the International Day of Older Persons, which is observed on October 1st of every year. We also welcome the remarks and presentations made, and we recognize the efforts made by the General Secretariat of the OAS to promote the protection of human rights of the elderly in our hemisphere. Aging is one of the greatest demographic challenges and social challenges of our time. In the Americas, we project that by 2050, more than 200 million people will be 60 years old or older, and that projection is a call for us to strengthen our public policies to guarantee a dignified, safe, participatory life for all of those who have contributed with their knowledge, experience, and wisdom to building today's societies. The Dominican Republic is at the end of the internal process to ratify the Inter-American Convention on the Protection of human rights of older persons. And within that framework, we reiterate our commitment to continue participating actively in the dialogue and cooperation spaces where we see the promotion of dignity, autonomy, and equality of the elderly. At the same time, we will support the goals of the Decade of Healthy Aging 2021 to 2030 declared by the UNGA, and which PAHO is spearheading in our hemisphere under the initiative Decade of Healthy Aging in the Americas 2021-2030. As indicated by the World Health Organization, this aims to bring together all forces on an international level, to concert our efforts and improve the lives of people, of elderly, the lives of their families, and the conditions of their communities. Our national plan in the Dominican Republic has focused on strengthening the integral protection of the elderly. One of our laws for the protection of the elderly is a legal framework that guarantees their rights to health, social protection, economic participation, and social activities. And within that framework, we created a national council for the aging population called CONAPE, which focuses on public policies that aim to support the aging population and create access to services for older adults who on a national level. From CONAPE, we have also worked on creating structural programs for Familias con Cariño, for example, help for home care workers, and other actions that would help to integrate the care worker network. We're not just talking about an interinstitutional effort, but also an effort on the part of families and residential workers. In more recent actions, we've seen a strengthening of the Burna Medical Attention Central and geriatric medical attention services, nutrition services, psychological services. And we've also seen the implementation of economic support and social inclusion programs for the elderly who are living in conditions of vulnerability, together with the social program Superate and the Public Health Ministry.
Mr. Chairman, the government of the Dominican Republic recognized the invaluable contribution of our older persons in building our identity and strengthening the social fabric. They harbor values and collective wisdom, and that is why we reaffirm our commitment to continue to promote inclusive public policies that are participatory and sustainable, that ensure full-fledged integration in social, economic, and cultural life of the country. To conclude, we should like to avail ourselves of this opportunity to underscore the work done by Mrs. Alvarez, a Dominican diplomat known as the Ambassador of Aging, who played a determining role in the United Nations for recognizing the rights of older persons and establishing the 1st of October as the International Day of Older Persons. Her legacy inspires our commitment to defend rights and the dignity of older persons, both nationally as well as internationally. Thank you very much.
Dominicana.
Thank you very much, Dominican Republic. Paraguay has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the delegation of Paraguay, I would like to first and foremost thank the Permanent Mission of Uruguay for including this very important topic on the agenda today. In Paraguay, about 65,000 people are part of the adult person population, which represents about 10% of our population. We know that aging is a complex and diverse process. There are physiological, psychological, cultural, and sociological issues. It's not the age that makes a person vulnerable, rather the conditions of inequality, the lack of social protection, mistreatment, abandonment, in addition to other things that impact them. Aware of that, the government of Paraguay developed policies to favor these people who require special attention. As of 2019, we have a program of food care for older persons who live in poverty. the scope of which was broadened in 2024 through legislation, which established the program of universal pensions for older persons, thus guaranteeing a minimum income for older persons and facilitating their inclusion with social benefits. Currently, this program has more than 300,000 older persons involved. In 2023, also, we approved the national policy for older persons, a public policy which is intersectoral in nature, which aims to have the effective exercise of this populational group and those who are in vulnerable situations. Their participation is key to ensure dignified, active, and healthy aging. That is the key. This regulation of the aforementioned law on universal pensions for older persons grants to the Minister of Social Development the responsibility to implement and follow things up. And it introduces very important innovations as well. Inclusion of members of indigenous peoples as of 55 years of age and people with disabilities, thus broadening the benefits. I would like to end by remembering President Peña's words. I quote, "To take care of our older persons is more than an act of justice. It's an act of love and gratitude that teaches us to build a Paraguay which is much more solid and much better," end quote. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Paraguay, for your comments. Panama is recognized. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Panama would like to begin by thanking you for putting this item on the agenda. This was proposed by Uruguay. The commemoration of the International Day of Older Persons is an occasion that invites all of us to reflect on the shared responsibility to guarantee for older persons a full, dignified, and life that is free of discrimination. We underscore the participation of various panelists and their contributions to this dialogue. Aging is a development and a sign of progress, particularly when it comes to social benefits and education and health. Nonetheless, it also represents one of the biggest challenges in public policies of this century. In the Americas, it is projected that by 2050, more than 200 million people will be 65 years of age or more. This calls for strengthening social protection, health conditions, and economic and digital inclusion of older persons. Panama reaffirms its commitment to promote and protect rights of older persons, and we recognize populational aging as an opportunity to build more fair and solid societies. On the National Plan, Law 36 of 2016 established the legal framework to guarantee the exercise of rights of older persons, promoting their autonomy, their self-determination, and access to essential services such as health, food, and social care. When it comes to social protection and economic security, the special program 120-65 grants monthly transfer of 120 balboas to people who are 65 years old, who don't get any pension, and who are living in social risk situations or vulnerability or poverty, thus contributing to their dignity and well-being. The Panamanian state has also spearheaded a public policy to favor older persons 2024-2030. This was adopted through Executive Decree of June 2024. It focuses on three pillars: economic security in aging, health and well-being, and healthy outlooks. My country, Panama, also has made progress in setting up centers for robust care for older persons and in the implementation of other programs established by Law 228 of 2021 that promotes autonomy, cognitive stimulation, and emotional follow-through. This initiative is complemented with the National Plan to favor older persons 2025-2025 and the Integral Protocol for older persons with levels of dependency, which is geared towards strengthening the networks for care and support and social protection, including records and mechanisms for looking after and avoiding abuse and mistreatment. We are making concerted efforts, both in the hemisphere and internationally, to have healthy and dignified aging, and supports the Decade of Healthy Aging 2021-2030. This is a milestone for underscoring inclusive policies and working together. We renew our commitment with an inter-American agenda, Mr. Chairman, that recognizes the value, the wisdom, and the contributions of older persons when it comes to sustainable development and social cohesion of our nations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Panama, for your comments. Uruguay has the floor with a bit of flip in as much as Director Larzaba couldn't participate before. So once again, let's see if we can move on. Dr. Larzaba, Director of the National Institute for Older Persons in Uruguay. Director, you have the floor.
¿La vemos por ahí? ¿No? ¿Está? Están hablando con ella en paralelo.
People are talking to her on the sidebar. Just a couple of seconds of patience to see if we can hear her. Otherwise, we'll give the floor to the representation of Uruguay, the mission in the room.
Perfecto. Se le vamos a esperar.
Well, we're going to wait a minute, and let's remember that this item on the agenda is in Uruguay's hand. It was put by Uruguay, so I think it's very relevant for the doctor to speak.
¿No hay caso? No hay caso. La tercera no fue la vencida en esta oportunidad.
Well, we did try. I'd now like to give the floor to Ambassador Lanza to avail himself of the time for Uruguay. You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, this time technology wasn't on point. Well, we also know that the director of the National Institute for Older Persons Uruguay was in the hinterland of the country, and of course there are issues in those far-fetched places, but we truly appreciate being able to commemorate this International Day of Older Persons, and we appreciate Peru and others for the panelists and all delegations who have spoken already. We're very grateful for this possibility as well. In reading the message from the Director of Older Persons, Dr. Larzabal, and she was saying that she feels so proud to be the Director of Older Persons in the Ministry of Aging in Uruguay, and to be able to have the floor here, but it is recognized that the scientific, medical, social, and cultural progress that have made it possible for more people to, in fact, age. And this is a positive point. And this is despite the situation in which many older people live, violence and discrimination because of their age. We have to recognize as well that most of them don't report this. They don't decry things, so things cannot get to the courts. And there are other forms of inequalities and discrimination because of gender, ethnic origin, economic status, and this has an impact on the quality of life of older persons. In Uruguay, we have a humanist perspective, taking on responsibility and guaranteeing full-fledged respect for human rights. On the 26th, 2016, we ratified the Inter-American Convention on Older Persons, which took on a binding character, legally speaking, and in public policies of our countries geared towards that population. It's along that vein, then, that in the current government and the law for older persons, we are putting together the third National Plan for Aging, integrating the contributions from the social sphere and academia. This is through dialogues and other kinds of educational efforts in promoting seminars and campaigns for raising the awareness and other forms of being able to socialize the plan or make it known. And that is why we say that life, the voice of older persons transforms reality, promoting from participation and social-cultural changes. We wonder, how do we want to live when we get to those old ages if there are not opportunities to live a full-fledged life? For this, we have to have joint efforts, institutional collective commitments, and our ears open for all voices and not just the voice of one. The convention proposes a new paradigm which sees aging as a process. It develops throughout one's entire life, and we recognize and have to deal with the different needs of each and every stage in life with all due respect to human rights, including the challenges to care for older persons with institutional policies that are committed to provide proper care for the needs that the different kinds of aging call for, such as access to care, education, access to housing, health, access to justice, to culture, free time, right to participation and autonomy. We want rights for older persons not to be a dead letter, and that is why it's necessary to commit to be able to guarantee effectively that the old people in the Americas live in dignified conditions. That should be for everybody across the board, and that's why right now we would like to let you know that Uruguay would like to be the host to celebrate the first meeting and the Conference of Parties and follow-up mechanisms of the Inter-American Convention on the Protection of Human Rights of Older Persons, as envisaged in Articles 33 and 34 of the aforementioned instrument. This is an enunciation which is really very important, and the Director of Women wanted to offer you that information today. We have offered our nomination to the Secretary General, but let me also seize the opportunity to encourage everybody to work together so that we can create and make progress. We can create an instrument that will allow us to grapple with the challenges that we have in the Americas with greater knowledge and better public policies. This proposal is part and parcel of tireless work of a technical team that we put together in Uruguay with academia and the efforts of civil society organizations that work in different networks with regards to older persons. And personally, before I came here as ambassador, I got together in the ministry to precisely commit us to move ahead with these initiatives that are being made and to crystallize this first conference of the parties. I would like to underscore that when in the epilogue of his book, there was an undeniable link for us to move ahead and do Herculean work to build a solid society. Everything is not yet said because we do have to offer these things to all human beings, irrespective of their ideology, their race, or their sex, or creed, or age. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Uruguay. Thank you very much for the very good news that you gave us in your comments. I give the floor to St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you. Excellent Chair and able Secretariat, distinguished permanent representatives and valuable alternates, and other delegates, observer missions, I greet you all. My delegation is honored to address this esteemed Permanent Council on the occasion of the commemoration of the International Day of Older Persons. This day, and indeed this forum, allows us to reflect not only on the challenges, but more importantly, on the profound value and contribution of our elder citizens. We in St. Kitts and Nevis, like many of our Caribbean small island developing states, are experiencing a significant demographic shift. Our population is aging. While our long life expectancy is a testament to the progress in health and living standards, the increasing proportion of citizens over 60, currently at 10% and projected to rise sharply, presents unique policy imperatives. However, Chair, we do not consider this demographic reality a burden. It is a defining characteristic of our future. It means we must be proactive in ensuring that our societal structures, healthcare, social security, infrastructure, are age-friendly and resilient. We know that the experience, wisdom, cultural legacy held by our elders are essential anchors to our Twin Island Federation, and we owe them a debt of gratitude and an unwavering commitment to their well-being. In line with the spirit of the International Day and the principles enshrined in the Inter-American Convention on Protecting the Human Rights of Older Persons, St. Kitts and Nevis has prioritized measures that foster active and healthy aging. To this end, our Foreign Minister, the Right Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas, signed the instruments of accession to this convention on April 22 of this year, 2025. This chair is supported by action in various sectors comprising a multifaceted approach. In healthcare, we are continually improving primary healthcare services to manage non-communicable diseases which disproportionately affect our older population. To ensure access to free and otherwise affordable comprehensive care, including mental support that allows them to live their lives full and in full health to the end. In terms of social inclusion and protection, we are working to strengthen our societal safety nets, including pensions and assistance programs that we have recently passed legislation to ensure. This legislation ensures that non-establishment workers, for instance, are now pensionable. Regarding physical and digital accessibility, our national development plans increasingly focus on creating age-friendly environments, from accessibility to public spaces to digital inclusion programs that bridge the technological gap between our seniors and connect them to the world and essential services. These issues will continue to be addressed and improved by our new aging and disability policy, which was recently drafted and is now being reviewed by stakeholders. Chair, St. Kitts and Nevis acknowledges that the challenges of an aging population transcend national borders. Therefore, we urge this esteemed body, the OAS, to strengthen the role in facilitating technical and financial cooperation among member states, including the sharing of best practices. Let us all commit on this important day to viewing our aging population not as a challenge to be managed, but as a reservoir of wisdom and a force of good to be celebrated and supported. The strength of the Americas is measured by how we treat our most vulnerable, and our older people deserve nothing less than our utmost respect, care, and the full realization of their rights. May it please you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Kitty.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comments. Lastly, we have the permanent observer of the Holy See. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. The delegation of the Holy See is very happy to see the inclusion of this very important topic on the agenda of this Permanent Council to commemorate the International Day of Older Persons. The Holy See reaffirms that old age is an essential stage of human life with experience and wisdom and accumulated values. Older persons shouldn't be seen only from the standpoint of their vulnerability and their dependency, but as active, valuable members of our societies with a crucial role to play in sharing memory, culture, and principles that undergird social brotherly love. 14 in the first apostolic comments already mentioned in this permanent council affirmed, and I quote, "The old person, man and woman, with the beauty of their life, or the weakness of their life, reminds us of their vulnerability, although when trying to hide it, through her parents or otherwise, end quote. So along that line, then, the Holy See observes with deep concern an increase in situations that lead to abandonment, marginalization, discrimination when it comes to older persons. And we see this is exacerbated by health fragility and the cultural tendency to throw things away. But they cannot be overlooked, and these conditions cannot be normalized. So along this line, then, the Holy See would like to offer a clarion call to renew the commitment to the culture of care that puts human beings in all stages of life in the center of political, social, and economic decisions. And then, finally, the delegation of the Holy See would like to reiterate its willingness to cooperate in promoting a culture of respect, solidarity, and justice that recognizes the intrinsic value of each person, including those who have made the long trek of life. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your comments. As there are no further comments, once again, I should like to thank the panelists again for their presentations, as well as the delegations that have participated in this commemoration. The chair suggests that the Permanent Council take note of the presentations and interventions made and the announcement made by Uruguay as well, which will be recorded in the minutes of this meeting. If there is no objection, it is so agreed. Let's move on to item 4, consideration of the draft resolution. Reduction of the indirect cost recovery rate to 6% for project funds transferred from the United Nations Intercountry Trust Fund for Haiti. I'd like to ask the Permanent Council if we can proceed with the adoption of the draft resolution entitled, and I'm going to repeat it now, reduction of the indirect cost recovery rate to 6% for project funds transferred from the United Nations Multinational Trust Fund for Haiti. This draft resolution, submitted by the delegation of Canada, which we thank for its leadership and commitment, has been transmitted by the chairman of the Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Affairs and is contained in document CP/doc.6156/25. If there is no objection, we would consider it approved. Approved. Let's move on to item 5 of our agenda, minutes of the Permanent Council. I'd like to ask the Permanent Council if we can proceed with the approval of the following minutes. Act 2382 of the joint session of August 3rd, 2022. Act 2389 of the special session of August 12th, 2022. Act or minutes 2391 of the regular session of August 17, 2022. Act 2402 of the regular session of November 11, 2022. Act 2563 of the special session of September 17, 2025. And other minutes 2564 of the special session of the October 3rd, 2025. Approved. Item 6. With deep respect and gratitude, this Permanent Council today bids farewell to our esteemed colleague, Ambassador Hector Enrique Arce Saconeta, who is accompanied by his wife and his delegation. He assumed his duties as permanent representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia on July 2nd, 2021. During more than 4 years at the head of the Bolivian delegation, Ambassador Arce distinguished himself for his firm commitment to hemispheric dialogue, the defense of the principles of the OAS Charter, and the promotion of regional cooperation, always acting in strict respect to the norms and principles that govern our organization. During his tenure as chair of the Permanent Council, Ambassador Arce promoted leadership based on transparency and fostered an open and constructive dialogue among all member states. He was also one of the spearheaders of the reforms to the rules of procedure that govern us today, significantly strengthening the procedures and the functioning of this permanent council. Ambassador Arce stood out as a tireless defender of the rights of indigenous peoples, Afro-descendant people, women, girls, and boys, and all the groups that make up our societies, promoting equality, inclusion, and full respect for human rights as essential pillars for peace and regional development. On behalf of this permanent council, we express our most sincere appreciation for your dedication, devotion, and valuable contribution. We wish you every success in your future professional and personal responsibilities, trusting that this example will continue to inspire those of us who serve in this hemispheric forum. I would now like to give the floor to the coordinators of the regional groups to make their comments. Ecuador has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to take the floor on behalf of the Group of 10 to express to Ambassador Hector Arce our deepest, sincerest recognition for his tireless work as permanent representative of Bolivia to the Organization of American States. Ambassador Arce undoubtedly leaves a deep footprint in the organization. He will be remembered for the clarity of his comments and the firm defense, both of his country as well as the purposes and foundational principles of this organization. His long career always had a heart for negotiation, constructive comments based on his solid academic background. He contributed decisively to the collective efforts to strengthen regional multilateralism, promote respectful dialogue, and advance in the defense of human rights and sustainable development, as well as security for all of our peoples, particularly the most vulnerable. A delegate who leads this organization and all colleagues with whom he's worked has had a coherent, firm, respectful presence in this hemisphere. He knew how to respect his convictions with shared responsibility. His voice, firm without losing composure, today marks a difference in these complex times. We'd like to underscore his basic role when it comes to the Permanent Council, where his leadership was key, underscoring transparency, and his work as chair. He led with firmness, impartiality, and particularly a very important moment for this organization, the process for election of the new Secretary General. His prudent and well-balanced life in this organization made collective well-being a priority, and he left an indelible imprint here. His passage through this organization, Ambassador, has been witness to firm commitment. His experience, the qualities that he has shown us, have always been accompanied by a deep-seated human quality. All of this is reflected in his work as permanent representative from Bolivia, where we saw him work tirelessly to build bridges of dialogue, construct consensuses, and come up with the necessary answers for the challenges. For those of us who are part of the Group of 10, it has been a privilege and a true pleasure to work hand in hand with you. We will have wonderful memories of frank conversations and solidarity. And for all of this, we truly appreciate everything, and we hope that in this new chapter you will continue to be successful both professionally and personally. Thank you very much.
Su calidad de coordinador del grupo. A continuación tiene la palabra Brasil.
We now offer the floor to Brazil. Thank you, Chair. If it please the group of 10, I can't, as a representative of Brazil, it would be remiss not to recognize the excellent work of Mr. Arce as representative of Bolivia. He carried out his duties with great distinction, and he has been my partner since 2021. His courtesy, his brilliance, and his conversational skills have enlightened me. He contributed to constructive dialogue on multilateralism, and his impressive legal background, his technical expertise, and his clarity and his clear understanding of norms made of him a sincere partner in defending our fundamental principles. During his tenure, he worked very closely with partners on different crises in the hemisphere that had to do with human rights, but with discretion, and his remarks have always tended to support balance and peace in negotiations and co-responsibility. On that foundation, I echo the words of affection and congratulations from our fellow ministers for the work on the fundamental pillars of the OAS: freedom, defending democracy, social justice, your solidarity towards the Andean region in particular has shown a clear-eyed and clear benefit to the Andean population. Your leadership achieved serious steps forward in the committee and in general for regional well-being. Your trajectory is worth recognizing, and Ambassador Amber Arce received me in 2023 with compassion, and we did not address serious issues for the hemisphere, but he always contributed in an inestimable way as chair. We wish him all the best, every success in his future endeavors, and the same to his team. Together with the chair, we thank you for your commitment to ethical principles and Hayada Bolivia. And you've left us with a great inspiration here in this hall for a more united and fairer hemisphere. Thank you. Thank you. Canada, you have the floor.
I would like to begin by welcoming the democratic spirit and example set by the Bolivian people in the country's first ever presidential runoff election this past weekend. Canada extends its congratulations to the President-elect Rodrigo Paz and looks forward to working with the new administration to advance shared priorities that contribute to the security and prosperity of our countries and of the hemisphere. Mr. Chair, it is an honor for me to extend my country's sincere thanks to His Excellency Ambassador Hector Enrique Arce Zacateta for his dedicated service as permanent representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia to the Organization of American States. His calm, sonorous baritone voice always added seriousness but also reassurance to whatever topic he intervened on. Ambassador Arce is not a diplomat by training, but you would never know it by working with him. He exemplified for all of us the power of and the importance of respect, thoughtfulness, and dignity in all of our exchanges, and for the principles of the charter of this organization. Monsieur le Président, l'ambassadeur Arce a été une voix claire et engagée.
He has had a clear, engaged voice within the Permanent Council. He defended consistently the rights and the interests of all people of the Americas, as well as Canadians, or Bolivians. He contributed significantly to our collective achievements, strengthening dialogue, multilateral inclusion within the hemisphere. He was always present throughout different exercises and processes as chair of the Permanent Council at the beginning of this year. In fact, he also offered generously his wisdom as I was preparing to fulfill the same function. We appreciated the frank and open interactions with Ambassador Arce, which have enriched our mutual understanding, and we wish His Excellency every success in his future projects. Thank you, Ambassador Arce. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Canada. Argentina, you have the floor. Mr. Chair, in the 5 months that I have been head of Argentina's delegation, I had the honor of interacting constantly, both personally and in diplomatic relations, with the representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia, my brother, Hector. He's an important and legally informed figure. He defended, during his tenure, the interests and the agenda of his country with intellectual honesty and firmness. The close collaboration with my country with that of Bolivia and our shared history and the history of Mr. Arce with Argentina is very deep, and there is nothing that has happened in my country that escapes him. And so I would like to beg that the head of 10, that she'll allow me to add a little bit more to the reflections, but to deepen this deep respect and affection that I have for Ambassador Arce. I repeat that our unconditional love is mutual, and I can't believe that in such a short time we've become not just close colleagues, but close friends. You have my respect for your family, Mr. Arce, and I have no doubt that the future holds great things for you. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for your words. Colombia, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, I first highlight the speech that was made on behalf of the group of 10, the Ambassador of Ecuador, and which was read first. But I can't miss this opportunity to express to Mr. Arce Arconete, Madam Ortiz, my most sincere wish or feelings of gratitude for the work that you carried out as chair of the Permanent Council, and I wish to take the floor in this spirit. I'd also like to thank him for his backing of all of the initiatives that were presented together with Colombia and his tireless support to find solutions, best practices, and knowledge and enrich them between our countries on key topics such as the respect for human rights, peace, equity, gender equality, and diversity. Dear Ambassador Arce, your personal qualities, your qualities as a human being and as a diplomat make you an invaluable member of this body and all of those who have had the privilege of knowing you and knowing your work. We appreciate your tenacity and your tireless work to protect the voiceless, particularly when it comes to the rights of Afro-descendant and indigenous populations and all of those who face inequality in our societies. You will leave an empty space in this Permanent Council, but in those transcendental and important topics, we will continue to work, remembering the valuable work that you provided. We're going to continue working there with in your steps, following your words. You've left your mark here, trying to make sure that our policies reflect the needs of the people. We so appreciate your generosity of spirit, your dedication, and we hope that next year we can continue to see your work continued in this Permanent Council during the chairship at the beginning of the year. the leadership here at the Permanent Council is an example for all of us, and I just want to wrap up by wishing you every success in any endeavor that you undertake from here forth, and it doesn't matter where or when we see each other again, we will continue collaborating to make sure that Colombia and Bolivia have a relationship of mutual respect and respect for human rights. I cannot lose the opportunity to say that you will be my brother forever. Here you will find unending respect, fraternity, and we will always work with you. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia and Ecuador, for your remarks. Now I offer the floor to Paraguay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We welcome the remarks from the coordinator of the Group of 10, a group that Paraguay also belongs to. But I would also like to take the floor briefly to say goodbye to someone from a sister country. Paraguay and Bolivia have deep ties of friendship and respect. I'd also take this opportunity to congratulate the representative of Bolivia for his participation and leadership in the most recent elections here. Much has been said about this recognized professional, Mr. Arce, and his indescribable diplomatic and professional qualifications and achievements. I think we'll see quite a bit more from him because and much more than has already been expressed, because it can't all be fit into brief remarks. But I would like to offer a brief description of his human qualities, his solidarity, his generosity, and his unending willingness to engage in dialogue. It means that he has always been present to help his colleagues, responding with patience and deep knowledge of legal issues, both general and specific to this organization. And I'd also like to highlight his humanism, which which guided his opinions and his remarks, and that same humanism was shown in his leadership at the head of the Permanent Council at the beginning of this year, and that gained him the sympathy and the appreciation of so many of his colleagues. At the same time, his participation in drafting different documents was always marked by his cooperative spirit and his good-naturedness. He is a good person. He is known as a good person, a noble colleague, a respectable and generous colleague. Dear Hector, I am sure that you have much to give still, whether it be in the academic sphere that waits for you or in any other sphere. I wish you every success. We will miss you so much, dear Hector. Thank you. Thank you, Paraguay. Uruguay, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also echo the words of appreciation and recognition of the Group of 10 and by Ecuador. I'll also take a brief moment to greet Mr. Hector Arce and recognize his long professional, juridical path followed, his leadership in navigating multilateral spaces, as has already been mentioned, at the head of the Permanent Council, as chair of the Administrative Court of the OAS as well. We deeply value his support of the human rights and pillars of the organization and his multifaceted efforts. Uruguay and Bolivia, together with Hector, have engaged in many of these activities together. I'd like to highlight, on a personal note, his willingness and wisdom in managing the return to electoral observation missions in Bolivia after a few critical years. And in particular, I want to thank him for his willingness, his openness to allowing the OAS and me as head of that mission to carry out the electoral observation activities in the respected judicial bodies in 2025. In that vein, I'd like to recognize and thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for the work, for the lessons you've taught us. And as a friend, we'll miss the informal chats, the conversations on politics in the Southern Cone and throughout the region, your vision on the situation regarding human rights, and the shared passions between our countries. Sports, soccer, and in Uruguay and Bolivia's case, Ventanat. We share so much. In brief, just wanted to say, dear Hector, that it was an honor to share this bench with you. Thank you.
Disculpe, Uruguay.
Thank you for your remarks. Antigua and Barbuda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, Ambassador Sanders had to return to the embassy for an unexpected bilateral meeting. He has asked me to say the following on his behalf. Colleagues, I take the floor to pay tribute to Ambassador Hector Arce Zaconeta of Bolivia as he concludes his service as permanent representative to this organization. I have respected Ambassador Arce from the day he joined our council. He has been a constructive voice in these halls, measured, thoughtful, and always guided by principle. In a hemisphere too often divided by ideology, he has spoken consistently for reconciliation, for the rule of law, and for the moral duty of institutions to serve all peoples and not factions. He reminded us, in words that still echo, that the problems of democracy are best solved with more democracy, never less. He urged us to see one another as brothers and sisters, to overcome hatred with understanding, and to make inclusion the measure of justice. In his writings, he called for renewal, not rupture, for institutions anchored in law and transparency, for the recovery of faith and the purposes of multilateralism itself. We do share a common language, but we discovered a common spirit. Our friendship was written more than spoken, two ambassadors exchanging thoughts and seeking common ground through our regular WhatsApp communications. In those exchanges, I came to know a man of integrity and reflection, a jurist who understood that compassion gives strength to law and that humility, not hubris, is the mark of true service. Ambassador Arce brought to this council the discipline of scholarship, the temperament of a reconciler, and the civility that keeps dialogue alive, even in disagreement. His interventions were never partisan, they were principled. He believed that small and large states alike are equals before the Charter, and that the OAS could still live up to its founding promise of unity in diversity, of peace through reason. I am sorry to see him go, but I am comforted by the knowledge that a man of his excellence, intellect, experience, and moral disposition is not lost to our region. I have no doubt he will continue to serve the Americas with the same dedication he brought here, and that in future we will hear of his work with pride. On behalf of Antigua and Barbuda, I extend to him our warmest appreciation and our best wishes for every success in the path ahead. I thank you.
Gracias, Antigua y Barbuda.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. Mexico, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a difficult moment for us. Mexico is saying goodbye with special affection to Ambassador Arce, who's recognized for his distinguished work at the head of the permanent mission of the plurinational state of Bolivia to this organization, and for having contributed to strengthening multilateralism, dialogue that is respectful between member states, and above all, the legal deliberations of the agendas of the OAS in order to correctly orient negotiations, particularly those that were political in nature. His legal knowledge were of great use in facilitating our work at the Organization of American States, especially when speaking of rights. We appreciate his tireless defense of human rights, autonomy of states, and his peaceful resolution of disputes. His remarks have always been kind, respectful, and showed human rights and democracy as only being strengthened through cooperation, mutual respect, and non-intervention, which are principles that we share and we consider essential to stability and the development of our region. Ambassador Arce has spread and deepened better public policies in his country and has expounded the achievements of Bolivia in areas such as care for the environment, social justice, and social policies that are inclusive. His leadership was distinguished by offering an integral vision of Bolivian reality, which has facilitated dialogue and cooperation with that wonderful nation. We value his solidarity, his humanism, and the work that he did together with our country in almost all spaces relevant to the OAS. He pushed forward multilateral projects that benefited our populations, particularly the most vulnerable of our peoples. And I will highlight there in the indigenous population, our indigenous communities and women, as well as his solid defense of the inter-American bodies for human rights that Bolivia and Mexico have maintained at the forefront of its priorities. Thanks to his delegation for the exemplary work and the distinguished work over the last few years. As his tenure wraps up, we wish Mr. Ambassador Arce every success in his future responsibilities, and we recognize his professionalism, his commitment, and his contributions to the inter-American system, as well as his friendship and his warmth to Mexico, a country with which Bolivia shares strong ties of affection. Thank you for your willingness to strengthen together with Mexico the greatest causes of multilateralism on the inter-American stage, and for doing your work with such distinction, generosity, affection, brotherly willingness to work together with Mexico. We'll miss you, Mr. Arce. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ambassador. Costa Rica, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank Mr. Ambassador Hector Arce Saconeta, your family, members of the permanent mission of Bolivia to the OAS. I would like to add a few brief words to those that have already been read by the coordinator, the regional coordinator, distinguished ambassador of Panama, and also speak on behalf of my country. We are saying goodbye today of a wonderful representative of Bolivia before the OAS, a great friend who is leaving a clear footprint here in this organization. Ambassador Arce has undertaken his work with the solid knowledge of a great jurist, the passion of someone who believes in international human rights, and the dedication of that person who understands that it is only through dialogue that we can have true hemispheric understanding, and within this forum. During these years, especially under his leadership at the head of the Permanent Council, he showed an incredibly balanced and respectful leadership. He was always committed to strengthening norms, processes, and the multilateral spirit that gives sense to the Organization of American States. And in so doing, he showed himself open, willing to listen, and with a great skill for finding shared points in common, that was not always easy during his time as chair. Sharing the space with you, we recognize your legal knowledge, your intellectual rigor, and your belief in the inter-American human rights system. Our dear friend Hector has represented Bolivia with dignity and with a vision of mutual respect that truly honors the diplomacy of your country and your continent. You might not have studied diplomacy, but you are a diplomat at heart, and you've done your work with excellency. Thank you for your work with excellence. Thank you for your work. You have all of our respect, our affection, and despite the distance between our countries, we believe that respect and affection will continue. We wish you every success in your future endeavors, and we believe you will find that success no matter what you do, and hope you will continue to work to strengthen the inter-American system and democracy as well as the rights of people in the hemisphere. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Costa Rica. It is 1:57, but I think that we're moving along quite well. We'll be able to finish in good time. Grenada, you have the floor.
Chair, it is an honor to take the floor on behalf of the delegation of Grenada to extend our appreciation and best wishes to His Excellency Hector Enrique Arce Saconeta, Permanent Representative of Bolivia. Ambassador Saconeta has served his country in several senior capacities, including as President of the Chamber of Deputies, Minister of Justice and Institutional Transparency, and since 2021, as Bolivia's permanent representative to the OAS. His public service reflects a consistent commitment to strengthening institutions and promoting justice and transparency. As chair of the Permanent Council during the first quarter of this year, Ambassador Saconeta presided over the Council's work with professionalism and respect for all delegations. In his opening remarks as chair, he recalled that the OAS has always been, and I quote, "a space where countries feel integrated, free, and comfortable to raise their problems and resolve them. A plural space that does not condemn any cultural practice or any ideological, religious, or other difference." Those words aptly reflect the inclusive and constructive approach that characterized his tenure. Throughout his chairmanship, Ambassador Saconeta ensured the smooth conduct of the Council's business and facilitated dialogue on a wide range of hemispheric matters, including democracy, governance, human rights, sustainable development, and social inclusion. The delegation of Grenada acknowledges his dedication and his efforts to promote cooperation within this forum. Once again, on behalf of the delegation of Grenada, we convey our sincere appreciation for his service and extend best wishes for success in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Jamaica has the floor.
Thank you, distinguished chair. Excellencies, colleagues, it is with mixed sentiments that the delegation of Jamaica joins in bidding farewell to His Excellency Hector Enrique Arce, permanent representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia to the Organization of American States. During his tenure, Ambassador Arce has distinguished himself as a man of intellect, conviction, and deep commitment to the principles that underpin this hemispheric organization. He has brought to our deliberations not only the perspective of Bolivia, but also the voice of a true advocate for social justice, inclusion, and multilateralism. Ambassador Arce's interventions have consistently reflected his firm belief in dialogue as the cornerstone of regional cooperation and peaceful coexistence. He has contributed meaningfully to the work of this Council through his thoughtful insights, unwavering professionalism, and generous respect for his colleagues. The delegation of Jamaica appreciates his spirit of cooperation and the constructive approach that he brought even to the most challenging discussions. We also recognize Ambassador Arce's distinguished public service as a legislator and now diplomat, and his lifelong dedication to advancing the values of the Bolivian people. His experience and wisdom have enriched the deliberation of this organization and left an indelible mark on its work. As he concludes his tour of duty, we wish Ambassador Arce every success in his future endeavors. We are confident that he will continue to serve with the same dedication and passion that have characterized his service here. On behalf of the Jamaican delegation, I dare say the government of Jamaica and the people of Jamaica, and on our own behalf, I extend heartfelt thanks and best wishes to you, Ambassador. May the road ahead be filled with continued success, good health, and prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Jamaica, for your comments. Panama has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished Ambassador and friend, Ambassador Sakonet, the members of your mission, and illustrious family members who are with you today, this afternoon. I'm honored and I have the privilege to take the floor on behalf of the delegations of Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, and the Dominican Republic. At a time that we're bidding you farewell, you, Permanent Representative of Bolivia to the Organization of American States. Our Central American region and the Dominican Republic strikes your relationship with the plurinational state of Bolivia with the multilateral agenda that includes the defense of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. During your term, Ambassador, here at the OAS, you've shown your firm, steadfast commitment to democratic values, multilateralism in the hemisphere. Under your leadership, Bolivia played an active role in the Permanent Council of the OAS, particularly in taking on the chairmanship of the Council during the first quarter of this year. During this time, you broached the elections of the new Secretary General of the OAS in March and coordinated very important processes, particularly looking at and focusing on topics such as transparency, respect for the norms and rules of the OAS, and a consensus for issues of the Permanent Council. We have to underscore your promotion of rights of indigenous peoples, and we would like to make an appeal to this organization to adopt the global indigenous agenda and focus on the role of women in the defense of those rights. Your active participation in the deliberations on key issues in the hemisphere, including consolidation for sustainable development and democracy, have significantly enriched the regional dialogue that we have. Ambassador Arce, we're very honored to have your valuable experience, both political as well as professional, in law and from academia. These have enriched the discussions in the Permanent Council, undoubtedly, and other agencies in the organization. And similarly, we recognize and we truly appreciate the participation of Bolivia in all of the regional negotiations and your firm commitment to the collective efforts made geared toward promoting more sustainable and inclusive and equitable development in the Americas. Ambassador, we wish you the best of success in your future undertakings, and we reiterate our full-fledged willingness to continue working closely with your illustrious delegation in the quest for shared solutions for the region. Personally speaking, Ambassador, for me it's been a privilege to share this time of life with someone like you, with whom not only can we talk about politics and cooperation, but also share a smile, history, and even complete silence. Policies that I saw when you were here, let me say in Panama, you will always have a place to receive you and your family with open arms. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Panama. Chile has the floor. The delegation of Chile would like to express its deepest recognition to Ambassador Hector Arce as he ends his functions. During his term, he was distinguished because of his desire to stick to multilateralism and dialogue and the desire to build bridges of understanding. His knowledge of the American system and his collaborative spirit contributed significantly to strengthening this organization and spearheading a hemispheric agenda based on cooperation and mutual respect. Chile values particularly the respectful and constructive tone that he always had when he conducted deliberations, as well as his special interest to promote regional integration and the quest for joint solutions to the challenges we share. On behalf of my delegation, we would like to wish you the best of success in the new professional and personal stages that you will have, knowing that your commitment to public service and Latin American diplomacy will continue to inspire many with whom you have shared. Receive, Ambassador, the best desired, deep-seated votes for your flowering and beautiful future in the next chapter. Thank you very much. Julie, Holy See has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the delegations of Spain, Italy, France, and the Holy See, I am taking the floor to echo the comments of other member states at this time that we bid farewell to our esteemed Ambassador Hector Arce, permanent representative of Bolivia to this organization. His passage from this House of the Americas has not been indifferent or insignificant. We have been able to appreciate his excellence of his legal knowledge, his culture, and his professionalism. They have been able to impact both resolutions as well as discussions in this organization. We truly appreciate his cooperation and friendliness with the observer missions. We truly are grateful for his friendliness as a representative of the Holy See, a words of recognition for his open appreciation of Pope Francisco, who he had the occasion to greet time and time again. We make it known that his legacy will not be forgotten. We wish him the best in his new projects and upcoming responsibilities. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much to the Holy See. Now I have the honor to give the floor to Ambassador Arce. Ambassador, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to begin by thanking you for your very kind words, and for each and every one of you. I would like to thank all of you for all of the expressions that you have offered me and my colleagues here at the Permanent Council the honor to represent my country in a multilateral organization. The most important of the continent, such as is the Organization of American States, has meant a unforgettable stage in my political and professional life, and over and above that, the true significant and unforgettable thing has been to have the honor of working with all of you, my dear friends, and to be able to together build new paradigms for the benefit of our nations. To be a career diplomat, I believe that the grandioseness is to really bring nations together, to be friends, to bring together everything for the good of our people, for peace based on work and values of people that work in these functions. These are people, human beings, and these are the ones that make policy, diplomacy, and public functions and work in general be good or bad. And if there's one thing that we have to underscore for everybody is that over and above the ideology of each and every one of our nations, all ambassadors, men and women alike who are accredited here, as well as many who have already left, symbolize and will always symbolize this gift that people have, which is to be here together, and which will be the treasure of my life for the rest of my life. And of course, I include all of the observer missions and the permanent observers who are part and parcel of this big family of the Organization of American States. Mr. Chairman, dear friends, I leave the Organization of American States when there's high tension in my country, and the Secretary General then for Bolivia to leave the organization after what happened in 2019 is something that has to be pointed out. I say this with a view to clarify the facts in the light of the memory, the truth, reason, and justice. We fulfilled our objective with the militancy of many friends, but also with the discreet accompaniment of other countries who are alongside us who knew how to identify what the truth was. Those were difficult times, not just for Bolivia, but also for the organization all told, times which luckily were overcome for the good of all of us who believe and value and respect this marvelous organization. I'm very proud here to represent my country, and if there's one thing I'd like to underscore, it's my ripple in the sea for the new administration, something that took this year in the hands of the new Secretary General, Albert Rambin, and the new Assistant Secretary General, and the very first time who has this post, and that is Laura Gil Cabastana. For the authorities, they have a wonderful treasure in their hands, the extraordinary possibility, as they are already doing, to head up an organization which is so important and to observe the past and be objective with all respect for self-determination of all peoples and the development of our people, to the healthy areas of our nationalities which inspire us. I cannot go without saying and deeply thanking the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights in the person of Jose Luis Caballero Ochoa, Executive Secretary Tano Lombi, and all of the commissioners and special rapporteurs. With all of them, I was highly honored to work for the highest, most noble work that any professional could do in any public sphere, which is the defense of human rights. With those people and my colleagues, I had the extraordinary experience to see the strengthening of a key fundamental institution for our country. And in the final analysis, this is an institution which undoubtedly is the jewel of the crown for the entire inter-American system for integration. Our deepest thanks and appreciation also for other personalities such as Dante Negro, Michelle Alegri, Ms. Mora Mora, Mr. Rodrigo, Mr. Klatrovich, our dear friend before our colleague, now a dignified civil servant of this organization, in addition to many others who worked with their heart and without whose contribution we would not have got to where we got finally. Every action, every activity, every work that I shared with them meant undoubtedly more learning and experience that I will hold dearly forever. Mr. Chairman, with my apologies, I'd like to refer to a colleague in particular. We agree at the time of our work, the legacy will be valued forever in the Organization of American States. We are leaving at the same time our dear colleague Luz Elena Rivas. All I can say is that I truly am grateful for her to be an extraordinary example of integrity, professionalism, service, and bravery in the service of a marvelous nation, which, to a certain extent, I learned to love and respect as I do my own. My final message for my dear beloved country, Bolivia, that I was honored to represent once again an extraordinary country. I did my level best to represent it, in addition to the difficulties that we have had to grapple with in the last few years. The last election, last Sunday, with the impeccable EOM that I was honored to participate in, may it be a door open for hope. With new leadership at the head, the new president-elect, Mr. Pereira, president-elect, and here we are grateful and congratulate everyone for this wonderful multilateral space. I conclude, Mr. Chairman, paying tribute and thanks to my small team, Mrs. Monica Reina, Ms. Angelica Rocha, with whom we shared all of these years to correctly represent our dearly beloved country, Bolivia. And I would be remiss if I didn't also thank my wife, Mrs. Calamu, and my 4 wonderful children who were always by my side. And they are the raison d'etre of my own existence, Hector, Luciana, and my dearly beloved children. Thank you for being with me. And sorry you couldn't be here, but my fraternal embrace to all of you, my hugs, my comments to my dear colleague in Brazil, Hayalia, for integration, Hayalia for our Americas. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Arce. We would like to truly express our appreciation for your dedication and contributions for more than 4 years that you have offered this permanent council and to our organization. Once again, we wish you the greatest success in your future projects and endeavors alongside your spouse and your family. Now let's move on to the last item on the agenda today, other business. I'd like to give the floor to those delegations who might like to bring to the attention other matters strictly of an informative nature. There are no other matters. There are no further requests for the floor, and thus I'd like to thank all delegates for their participation, their efforts, and let me also thank the interpreters for granting us the time. The meeting is adjourned.